Dobro jutro in dobrodošli v Centru ROK. Good morning and welcome at Center ROK. We said with Maya we will do this together. I'm really pleased that the group of the partners of the platform gathered again for the last time after almost 3 years. I think we can be very proud about all the exciting collaborations that came together throughout the project. It was wonderful setting up the exhibition in our big hall, which is still on view and available tomorrow. And then the exhibition travels to Germany as well, which is, I think, also a great achievement that all the results will be on disposal also at your place. So today we are holding the closing conference here at Center ROK. Thank you very much to Mao, to the Museum of Architecture and Design, who helped setting up also the program. Thank you to my colleague Anja Radovic, who took over the coordination of the project and the platform from Maya, who says hi to everyone, and she's very happily on her maternal leave. Just a few words about the logistics today. So coffee and snacks will be available throughout the conference, so feel free to also walk in and out. And I would like to stipulate that we have a little workshop at the end of the hall where you can draw your portrait, and we will put it on our portrait space in the park, where this big mosaic of portraits of neighbors, collaborators, co-workers, visitors, partners is growing and growing month by month. So we will be really happy to have your face on there as well. Maya, I will hand the word to you now to introduce the conference and the panels a bit closer. And I'm looking forward to catch up during the day, and of course to all of the panels that we have ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Renata. So also, yes, good morning in the name of Museum of Architecture and Design and all the partners of the conference, of the project, Made in Project. Because I see some new faces, let me introduce the Made in platform very briefly. It is a research, design and heritage initiative that fosters collaboration, knowledge exchange and diversification between traditional craftspeople, contemporary designers and experts across the culture and science. And Future Legacy, in fact, is a direct continuation of previous Made in edition called Craft and Design Narratives, which ran from 2018 to 2021. And this work, the work of this platform, has been recognized internationally, receiving European Heritage Europa Nostra Award, also Social Marie Prize in 2021 for the innovative approach to community-centered design and cultural sustainability. So this platform, which is in fact in a way symbolically closing today, brings together 10 partners from Croatia, Slovenia, Serbia, Portugal, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Germany. And each of the partners was contributing a wide range of expertise. So the platform is built as a kind of constellation of interconnected activities, residencies, workshops, summer schools, seminars, conferences, and more, and all are then rooted in the specific local context. So together, all these activities demonstrate the continuing relevance of craft as a bridge between ecology and culture in contemporary society. And over the years, the platform engaged more than 1,000 craftspeople, designers, researchers, cultural and scientific professionals, and members of the public. Yes, today we symbolically close this platform, but in fact the exhibition continues in Center Rok until the end of the week. It is prolonged in Mao until the end of September, and then it moves to Schneeberg and Chemnitz, where it will continue its journey in Germany. So the opening is at the end of October. And this conference today, in fact, is both a celebration and also a reflection of the Made in. It reflects on and conceptualizes the achievements of the platform, situating Made in within the broader context of contemporary cultures of making. So throughout the day, the protagonists of Made in, but also external guests, will guide us in examining the questions and challenges that are at heart of this project. So we will explore themes that are also, in fact, kind of echo the structure of the exhibition. And the themes have shaped the platform: the interpretation of craft heritage, hybrid environmental practices, knowledge mapping, and innovative actions rooted in natural and local resources. So this, in fact, project, the Made in project, demonstrates that craftsmanship is not something that is just safeguarding traditions, but it's transforming. It's a tool, strategic tool for addressing the social and environmental challenges of our time. It invites us to see the crafts as living practice, adaptable, collaborative, and deeply connected to both people and place. So before we begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the partners and all the participants of Made in Platform, and to all the guests that are with us here today, to help situate our work within this broader discourse on craft, design, science, art, heritage, and above all, environment and society. Without the support of European Union's Creative Europe program, the important network of institutions, craftspeople, researchers, and designers could not have come into being. So thank you, Creative Europe, for recognizing this project. I hope it will be recognized again. And finally, I would like to thank the dedicated team who conceived and organized this conference, to Maja Kolar, Ivana Borovnjak, Cvetka Požar, Thomas Geisler, Tanja Vergles, Anja Radovic, and Blaška Kirm. So let's begin.
So thank you very much, Maya, for introducing today's conference and what we're gonna hear and talk and listen to today. As you already mentioned, it's a sentimental moment since this is the so-called closing conference. I also would like to also just reflect on, in particular now that we talk about the topic of reinterpreting craft heritage, that of course the 2 to 3 year journey was an incredible journey together with all these partners. And we learned a lot in creating these collaborations of artisans, designers that we know in our communities, but we learned so much beyond this. And I think that's also the strength of this platform, that we reach far more out than it is possible for every region, each country. And very much hope that this network has a future and will continue, which will be discussed tomorrow. And I hope that there is future for this network, because it's worth it. And in particular, the results of this 3-year process that is exhibited in the exhibition here at Rok and Center Rok, and also at Mao, reflects on this, as well as on the catalog. And I hope I don't crash the book presentation in the afternoon, but I already received one of the first copies, I don't know, which were handed out yesterday. And I thought I'm gonna use it as a tool for this talk in this morning, because it is a compendium of all the knowledge that has been gathered over the past over the past 3 years. And I think it's also something it should be meant as a tool because it captures so much knowledge that I will give through this talk a little bit of an introduction how to apply it or use it as a tool. So I would like to invite my guests in this first panel to me. It's Cécile Veilchenfeld. Please come to the stage. An applause. So she is a knitting expert, and we will explain what that means later on as a short intro. Then we have Alina Serban. She's co-founder of, she's founder of Corizon and a social entrepreneur. And we have Shan Kobal. He's a designer, researcher based in Maribor. Ljubljana, okay. Born in Maribor. Maybe that's how I mix it up. So just to give you a short overview how we structure the hour that we have together here on the stage. Each of the panelists will give a short impulse of 5 minutes of the work. We're going to start with the two, let's say, designers, creative people, and then Alina will join in. All of them are collaborators and people involved in the processes of Made In and also in the production of this book. And I think, I mean, the core idea, of course, and I think it's also the reason why it's the opening chapter in the book, is the idea of bringing contemporary or the skills, methodologies, of design together with craft and artisans because we consider that these skills, whether this is about speculation, it's about new ways of looking at things, it's design research as it is applied today, will twist or look at crafts, resources, materials differently as the people and persons themselves. And we therefore hopefully think that this collaboration will guide and lead to shifts in looking at this, at craft in general or in certain crafts in particular. And I think within this process there will be new ways, for instance, also with the project of Shan, looking at crafts and industries, or in the case of Cécile, looking at traditional crafts and how this can be applied to high fashion. I think what's interesting is how this collaboration also gonna or could possibly end up in sustainable collaborations. And I think this is something Alina then also can talk about. So I would like to start with Cécile and give a proper introduction that I'm gonna read from this book because it's written in here. Very practical, and this is also official, and I already can say it's very small letters. It's just the bio. So Cécile Veilchenfeld, she's a textile designer, artisan, and knitting expert, stylist. Would you call yourself a stylist? Well, no. But pretty much a hybrid in the fashion world, I mean, between crafts and design. She's based in Paris, where her studio makes haute couture fashion pieces for luxury brands such as Balenciaga and Dior and many others. She uses small knitting machines originally made for home production. She uses a wide range of unusual materials in her extraordinary creations, incorporating them into her technically complex knitwear. Her studio includes around 4 other knitters who help her realize the designs. She does not commission work externally, as it is important to her to retain control over all stages of production of her pieces. Yeah? Yeah, well, I hope you have you have assigned this one. So, yeah, Cecile, maybe you can give us a little intro to your work and also to your project you worked on for the past 2 years, but we will talk about this.
Yes, of course. So, hello everyone. Thank you for the invitation. So, it's the second time in Ljubljana and I'm super happy to be here and to be also in the Center Rock and to be here on stage. Yeah, okay. That's already starting, that's good, because I wanted to show you 2 very different videos. Here you see one video of a collaboration that I did for Dior on hats for the show, and it was the Men show. So, and I thought it's good to show this video because actually to explain what it means to knit is always a bit complicated. And if you see me working in my studio, it might be just easier. So this is the one video that I'm showing here. It's also that you see that actually the process of knitting is a fact. I mean, I'm a knitter, I'm doing this with the machine, but there's a lot of preparation beforehand and afterwards. So like steaming, like trying, testing. I mean, it's a whole process. Hand gestures are not only this kind of using the machine, but also to play around, to find out, to combine materials. And yeah, and it was a really nice show here. And this is Stephen Jones, who is the official hat maker, because that's maybe also something we can later talk about. That, of course, I'm in the shadow, so I'm actually not really existing, but my things are. So there are always other people actually signing my things. I'm doing it, they did it. So that's also a big question. So here you have, for example, it's also fashion, very hierarchical. So you have, at that moment, there was Kim Jones, who was the official artistic director of Man Dior. He's not there anymore, but at that moment. Then you have Stephen Jones, who is the official hat maker for Dior. And then there's Cecil Falkenfeld, who is actually sitting there doing it. So a lot of people between me and there. So this was the one video I want to show. And then there's another video that is a very different one. But I just wanted to show you this very wide range of let's say, the capacities of being an artisan. That is a collaboration with 2 other women. They have a studio, it's called Or Studio, and we applied this project for the Loewe Craft Prize, and we became also finalists. So that's why the video exists. So I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, and just also to show you from this very like haute couture, high fashion project with Dior to a very, very basic, interesting research project of the byssus, which is there you just saw the fibers of the muscles. And this, the material was actually researched during a long processes from Or Studio, from those 2 women. They got a scholarship, thanks, from Agora. I don't know, maybe you know that program in France. It's a really big program, Agora. And so they could do that research for, I think, even 2 or 3 years. So also how to dye it, to color it. And I thought it makes sense to show this here. So you see that collaboration for me means really like either it can be like a very, very established house, or it can be, for me, a very, very profound research on a fiber that is actually also a polluting problem now. Because it's not only this byssus fiber that maybe is kind of dying out in Sardinia, it's also every muscle produces this fiber, even if it's not a very, let's say, a noble muscle, not this mega muscle that you have in the south, Mediterranean south, but we have also in the north, in France, we have muscles that are elevated, so they also produce those fibers. So now, actually, since 1 year, it's forbidden to throw it back to the ocean, so to the sea. So now we have tons and tons of those mussels. Yeah, and here that's actually the next step was just to show what I actually now show at the MAU, the Made In project. So that's what we are going to talk about anyway. So here you could just see that in the end I exhibit the sculptural head pieces, but it's also to show a little bit how I proceed and work and develop and analyze the material that I got through the collaboration with Thomas and the team from Pillnitz and the whole work also with Ute and Kerstin from the team. So, and then what actually happened in the studio in Paris and how we worked on this together. So, yeah, I think I got my 5 minutes, huh?
That's fine. Yeah, you can talk, can go on talking forever, I know, but I think it's the perfect moment to join in with the questions, because also to give you an insight, we have invited Cecile to come to the design campus at Schloss Pillnitz, which is part of the or is run by the museum, Kunstgewerbemuseum. And we have invited her as a resident to come to Pillnitz, and the first thing she brought was her knitting machine. And maybe you can a little bit explain, because you also describe it in the interview with Vera Sacchetti in the book. And I think that was a very, I had to smile, you know, when you said, you know, otherwise nothing much happens if you don't have your knitting machine and feel safe with this tool.
Exactly. I think as other people bring their laptop, I have to bring my knitting machine, because otherwise I don't know really what to open in the morning, you know, like just like, okay, let's see let's check the messages, yeah. what did happen during the night. Yeah, it's funny, because this knitting machine, I mean, you know, that's why I showed the film. Now you know how it looks. It's kind of a substantial volume, no? So you have to decide that you want that you bring that. But for me, it's really my tool, a laptop or a pencil or something. For someone else, it's like that. But I need to test materials, and how can I put it into this machine? What can come out of it? That's why I have to smile a little bit when you read the biography, saying that I use incredible or strange or whatever materials. Actually, it's not so true. It's more the context that is actually maybe not so often applied. Because what I love is that I use very basic materials, in fact. Materials that we have all access to. I mean, like wooden beads, like things that actually you consider more like materials for kids, or for just do a bit of the materials are pretty basic. But of course I'm also interested by the bissus, but I mean, like, that's a research of another partner that's doing the research on that material, and then my capacity is actually how can it be knitted? How can it go through that tool?
Then I think what was also interesting to read is that, I mean, you were there with your knitting machine, but you needed the inspiration of the material. So bringing you to this beautiful castle was not really the point. It was nice to bring you there and into the region, but you really needed to travel the region. So we had to bring you to the local manufacturers. We brought you in contact with Meissen, then with the Ore Mountains, Erzgebirge, wooden toy makers, and also the silk flower makers. All of these crafts are very typical, historical, traditional, and partly also dying out, like the silk flower making process and so on. And I think that was the kick for the development of your project.
Yes, absolutely. I really I thought that was super interesting for me to discover this region through those traditions, but also I must say I was because you proposed a lot of possibilities to me, and then in the end, I must say I'm pretty much fascinated by really the huge traditions, not so much the niche. Actually, I love it when it's like Mais and Erzgebirge or the silk flower business, when I can feel that there was it's not only a tradition, but it was also at some moment there was a real peak, a real hype, a real, yeah, I mean, I'm fascinated by that capacity to become internationally famous for something also. Like not only a tradition, but a real hype. I mean, like silk flowers, at some point, there was no woman without. I mean, you had to have it. So, or Meissen, it was something everybody had for Sunday.
Maybe not everybody.
No, but not everybody, but let's say it was, or everybody dreamed about it, let's say.
Everybody dreamed about it.
Exactly. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's what fascinates me, that everybody dreams about it, or it becomes a symbol of a status symbol. But it's actually crafted, which is cool. It's not just like it's not, sometimes I feel that, I mean, this we have to discuss, I think, but sometimes if you are an artisan, you are like a victim of yourself, or a martyr, you know, like you suffer. But I'm not, I'm totally against this image of suffering, just because it takes a long time, and people tell you how patient you are, but this we can also discuss. So, I mean, it's just this, that time means that you are you're a little bit like behind, that because it takes so much time, it means that you are not really, you're not getting there, you know, like, okay, but now you have to insert 1 million beats. So, yeah, you're so patient, like a little bit like, I'm a little bit sad for you, but it's okay. So I love it when it's actually the dream of everybody to have it and to be able to use it. So that's actually why the decision for Meissen and Erzgebirge and also the silk flowers was a decision that I really loved. Plus, also, I think, for me, there was also a sentimental moment, I have to say. For Meissen, as it is also my grandmother had it, so that's Zwiebelmuster. So for me, it's also a very sentimental thing, and also Erzgebirge, because I grew up in Munich, and there's a big tradition of the Weihnachtsmarkt, Christkindlmarkt. And there was, for me, the most beautiful and one and only stand was the Erzgebirge. So it was like, as a child, I was there, I was only looking at this. For me, very, very sentimental.
Can you explore a little bit, I mean, you know, how does your creative process and collaboration also, maybe first just on your creative process, because I think it's very, special, I would say. You know, how do you transform your ideas into objects?
Yes, I mean, the hat is something that follows me since a while. Maybe, you know, because there's also this word stylist here. I'm a real true textile designer, one has to say. Yeah? I'm a trained textile designer. So that means in that during the studies, you learn really how to create a surface, a material. You don't really learn how to put it in volume. So, but then my fascination for the body was always something that drive me to apply this material in a way to the body. But then I'm not a fashion designer, so I'm not trained in pattern. But then I thought the head is for me something that you can kind of, you can put everything on the head, you know, like on your head. So I'm in front of the mirror, I'm trying, I'm testing, I think of something, how to create that. And that's how I still work, you know, like I create a surface, it pops out of the machine. One has to say that, maybe you saw that actually the machine has two sides, so it's in the middle, your material kind of grows in the middle of it. So you actually don't see it. You don't know what it's going to be like. There's a lot of it's also elastic in a way, that the technique is in itself elastic. Then I use elastic yarn, so I have to put a lot of weight on it. So it's actually totally stretched out. So when it comes out, somehow I knit a lot of material, but when I take it off the machine, there's only little left, so because it all retracts. So, but it's this little surprise and this suspense that makes me keep working. And then when it comes out, it's I try it, and that's, I really look and observe, and that's how I decide.
You also mention, in regard to your collaboration with the crafts people, or with, in particular, also with Marlene Tröger, who supplied you with the wooden objects from the wood making, that you have to transform it to make it yours. I think that's a very strong statement in regard to like a mutual collaboration. But I think that's a very important decision for your creative process. Because at the first sight, if you look at the objects, you really would not identify these traditional materials, but if you take a closer look, you see the deconstructed elements. And I think that's also because you don't just build them into your knitting, you transform the material as well.
Yes, that's true, and that was also a bit of for me comes the question of respect also, because I mean, with Marlene, I worked with another craftsman's woman, yeah, craft woman. So she already put a lot of knowledge and time into the little wooden flowers that we developed. So how would I dare to actually destruct them? But then I don't want to put them just like that, because otherwise I think it would feel weird to just apply them like that. So yeah, I started to think of the material that she uses. It's wood. So what is wood about? It's about what we can, for example, burn it. That would be a logic idea of wood. Or you can paint it. Or you can, but when paint, what does it mean? It means adding humidity. So it actually, because the wood is so soft and reacts to the climate, then suddenly I found out, if I apply color or if I apply water, what does it mean? It becomes all different, and this is also actually nicely displayed in the MAU with the whole research of the different elements, where I kind of tried what to do with them, and then the transformation of the object became gave me the lead to how to apply it onto my knit. I think once it's transformed, I know what to do with it. If I just buy buttons or buy some elements and I just put a lot of it, it is not so exciting for me to do that. And with Meissen, it was also a little bit different. I mean, we had the flower that they do anyway, the Schneeballblüte. And that was also thanks to your input, because you saw that I struggle with them and that my ideas were maybe a little bit too far from what they do anyway. So let's see what they do with the Schneeballblüte. And then I asked them to apply the blue, the beautiful blue of the Zwiebelmuster onto it, but in the different shades of applying different layers. So having this very light blue going to the very, very deep blue. So, and then to have that little difference.
So I think whoever hasn't seen the headpieces yet, or the work, go and see it at MAU. It's there still up. When? Till the end of September. So thank you, Cécile, for the insights. I would like to bring in Jeanne. Jeanne Cobal, yes, born in Maribor, based in Ljubljana now, is a designer who graduated cum laude in industrial design from the Academy of Fine Arts and Design in Ljubljana, after which he continued his studies at the Design Academy Eindhoven, obtaining a master's degree, cum laude, in contextual design. He is now back at the Academy of Fine Arts and Design as an assistant researcher and PhD student. Approaching design as an investigative medium, his work often crosses the traditional boundaries of design by using film and installation from frame objects as narration devices, revealing the ways in which material, craft, and discourse co-create reality. So, Jeanne, I hope this sort of matches more or less your actual work. Together with Flora Lechner, who you might maybe introduce also in your little presentation, you worked on unfolding Kropa's nail production between utility and cultural impact. This is, the nails are certainly like died out artifacts that you have revisited. And I think, yeah, it would be interesting to learn more about your research and design practices and how you applied it with this project.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm gonna present a small part of my practice today that's relevant to this table talk. My approach to design is quite different to yours. It's not driven by making necessarily, but understanding the social and political conditions under which certain crafts existed. To give you an idea of how I work, I'm going to present my master thesis project that kind of informed the way I work now. It's a 6-video project that examines landscapes as vernacular artifacts and follows the different roles they play in constructing, in the construction of national canons. I was interested in how the ideas of nationalism are not so much sustained through explicit ideologies, but through implicit and repetitive symbolic reinforcement and repetition of crafts and landscapes. These 6 videos follow different kind of acts that look at how material connected to rural landscapes, and then by then also craft are used to construct these narratives. Act 1 looks at what happens when a new culture enters a landscape and what are the political implications of that. The video was shot entirely in Slovenia, and it explores a bamboo forest growing in an otherwise untamed rural landscape. Rather than examining it from a distance, I engaged with the bamboo through reinterpreting it through a local craft, which was chair making. And then by doing that, putting into question this apparent immutable nature of ancestral landscapes. A note also, this whole thesis was produced during lockdown, so I was very fortunate that I could go on location because it's where my grandparents were situated. Then in Act 2, looks at how through time these new cultures entering a cultural landscape become ideologically appropriated. We can see here 2 tulip fields. One are tulip fields that proliferate in Dutch landscapes where I was going to school at the time. And these landscapes are so popular and so present in the Dutch imaginary that they're used in promotional videos, promoting the Netherlands as this incredibly singular thing. But then I recreated all of these videos. It doesn't play. But then I recreated these videos with videos of Konya, which is a region in Turkey that also has a lot of tulip fields that look exactly the same. So I will manage to get enough videos to do an exact one-to-one replica of these Dutch promotional videos using Turkish landscapes. Then in Act 3, I explored how the histories and origins of contemporary landscapes get neutralized through cultural production. I was very interested in exploring the 16th century Dutch flower still lifes, where actually not many of these flowers were native to the Netherlands. Most of them are important, but when put all together, they are Dutch all of a sudden. They're quintessentially Dutch, and their countries of origins and their identities get completely erased by doing that. Yeah. What happened here? So yeah, the videos then were, I started with the videos, with the content, and then based on the content, I developed a whole installation and designed the TV stands, benches to sit down and watch the videos. So it's really, yeah, my practice is really narrative driven and very content driven, and design comes afterwards based on what the project needs. So I do not stick to one particular medium while working. I kind of go with the flow of the project, but yeah, looking at the content first. That's also how me and Flora Lechner, who I met at my studies at Eindhoven, how we approached the project for Made In. We were very interested in the niche, looking at the most niche craft in Slovenia. And we found the plancher nails or hobnails that were produced in a small village in Kropa. Nobody knows how to make them anymore. It completely died out. There are still people who make simpler versions of these nails, but these particular ones are impossible to recreate by industry, and also nobody can make them anymore. So we're really interested in how we can do a project talking about a craft that essentially doesn't exist in reality anymore. So we used contemporary production methods and new technologies to kind of try to collect the most knowledge possible about these nails, either from how they're made, we recreated them through video, or through animation, how they were made, based on archival videos that are very difficult to come by. We 3D scanned both the nails and the shoes they were made for, but mainly we were interested in under what social conditions and economic conditions these nails were made, because a lot of times people tend to romanticize craft a lot, but not all craft was made under good conditions. These nails were produced the makers of these nails lived in abject poverty. They barely scraped by. The kind of projected age of life was 35 years old, if you made it past childhood. So it was a harsh craft, but there's so much still beauty in it. So we wanted to catch both sides of this story through the project. They were used for military shoes for the Swiss army, because also they were too expensive for the Slovene army. So actually they were only exported. Yeah, so we created a whole installation around this narrative of Kropa's nail production. Yeah, I think that's...
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that also gives a very interesting, or gives a good insight into the approach of what we see at the MAU, at the museum, and why these works are so differently. even so they are under one umbrella in terms of reinterpreting heritage. And I think a question I would raise with you is really, how do you see your role as a designer in this approach? I don't know how much you really collaborated with craftspeople, or whether this was more of an objective research or analysis.
Me and Flora, our practices are quite different. I'm more of a researcher, and she's more of a straightforward maker. So we always wanted to do a project together, but we never had a chance. When this came up, it was a perfect opportunity to kind of join our ways of working. We didn't collaborate with a craftsman. We did have a few things made for us through laser cutting, but mainly we did everything on our own. So also like all the hammering we did on our own. My way of working is I always include an element of making in my projects, and I enjoy making them on my own, but I find making to be quite tedious. It's a part of my project that I do not necessarily enjoy, but I still find it quite necessary to engage bodily with the project if you're talking about craft and making. It wouldn't feel right to have it completely shipped off somewhere else and have it made by somebody else.
You also kind of hit the relation between crafts and industry with your project. And I think that's also, you talk about it in your interview, and thank you to Maya Vaja, who did the interview in the book. That there is this or this contradictory or competition between craft and industry is something that needs to be there's not just one way or the other in a way, or neither nor, but there is some very interesting interrelation that I think you also kind of reflected on with your project. I think is very important as well.
Nails in general are quite an interesting artifact when talking about this dichotomy between crafts and industry, because they have been made proto-industrially since the Roman ages, but they're still craft. So they muddy this separation between the two. And I think a lot of times we say that craft kind of went away and then industry came, but actually it was more of an evolution rather than pushing it away a lot of times. And this evolution came because we just don't want people to work in certain conditions anymore, or people are not willing and shouldn't have to put into positions of essentially working in and existing in complete poverty.
I think that's a good shift over to Alina, because I also looked at the time. We need to move on. So Alina Serban's article is in the section of perspectives. So we already start to look into the future, and together in the book there's an article together with Ronja Crossat on crafts, cooperation and circularity that we are going to hear about also in the short presentation. Alina is the founder and managing director of Corizon, based in Vienna. Her passion for aesthetics and the commons led her to craft and then to create the Co-Horizon Incubator and the Fabulous Collective that we learn about, I think, as well. She has a background in philanthropy and focuses on inclusive democracies, co-design, craft research, critical design, and digitalization. She co-designed Corisom's digital product tool and is currently researching circular craft and collaborative change.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm also, I mean, like mentioning you as a social entrepreneur, I think the idea of how to engage ethically also with craft and production is one of your core intentions.
Thank you everyone. It's really a great pleasure to be here, and there's so much content and so many interesting themes interwoven in this whole project. It's really fascinating. I have a very boring technical presentation this time. I apologize for that. So, 2018, I founded Corisom with the intention of engaging with artisan communities around the world and identifying their needs when it comes to production management. And at the beginning, we defined it as social enterprise development, which was like the wave of the 2010s, where a business was being rethought, and kind of we had that idea that an artisan should be a business person and should be able to have all these competencies and have a successful business. And we traveled a lot around Europe and discovered that there a lot of crafts are not being used anymore. A lot of communities have been, let's say, dissipated because of the economic situations also in Eastern Europe. There are no more artisan groups per se, as we had thought in our minds, but like more or less isolated individuals who still believe that their skill and their craft actually they can make an income with their craft. So Corisom basically focuses on making research and developing methodologies that support that process of production. Fast forward 7 years later, we managed, with the very big challenge of the pandemic in between, to streamline our methodology and have a production tool that is available for artisans to use, and which they can use on their phone, and they can manage their production and mostly like calculate a price for a product. So in most of our travels and engagement with communities, with the artisans, it was always very interesting to see that people were not very sure how much their objects should cost. And this is what the tool is about, and is supporting that process. But to refer to your kind of focus on the collaborations, we realize one person cannot have all these competencies, and it's all about working with other people who can complement your skill. So Corisom believes that it needs to have a designer, it needs to have a craftsperson, it needs to have a business professional in order to be able to have a successful craft collection. And this kind of was the base for our incubator program, which was launched 2023, where we invited these 3 competencies to apply for a grant and create a collection using our tool and also getting support from our experts. So we did that. We had 13 collections that we then presented at the Paris Design Week, and it was, so to say, the closing of the whole methodological journey. I'm also very happy to have Daria Malesic here, who is part of Fabulous Collective, and she was part of the incubator program. Yes, so fast forward to the topic of the book, of the article in the book. Last year, I started a collaboration with the Institute for Design Research in Vienna, who had created a circularity tool focusing on industrial design and analyzing how industrial design can be circular, or actually criticizing industrial design and the fact that a lot of materials that are being used are not sustainable and are not reflected upon. And I challenged them in saying, why don't we combine and look at the crafts production within the context of circularity. And we came up with this, with the circular crafts canvas, which is basically, maybe you know the business canvas. It's like a form that you can fill in and answer certain questions. And it's more of an excuse. It's in the book, and it's also online, so it's for free. Also, the production tool is for free, and I encourage you to go and look into it. It's for designers, artisans, and people who work in the craft sector, be it on the business side or on promotion side, to reflect on the circularity of their product. And when we started the research, and this is something that I really want to mention, because we have the tendency to be caught in these conceptual levels where we have defining concepts. And so we went to the artisans, we interviewed the Viennese artisans, and we said, we would like to ask certain questions. It's about circularity and sustainability. And they were like, oh my God, but we don't know this. I mean, I don't think we can help you with these questions. And then actually talking to them, it's so embedded in the practice that people do not call it circularity or sustainability, but it's the base of craft production. An artisan would always think about, how am I going to use the material? What is going to happen to the rest of the thing? So everything is already embedded in the practice, and it was really great to see that. So in a sense, it's nothing new. It's just a tool in order to be more aware of your practice, and also maybe discuss it with other practitioners. Ronja and I, my colleague from the Institute, we are doing now workshops with students who study design or craft practitioners from the community in Vienna to kind of bring this tool further and discuss elements that come up in the canvas. Let me just look at my notes. Yes, so I would like to, maybe if you can click on the website. So on the Corizon website, there is a resources page, and you can read about the canvas, and you can also access the production tool. If you have questions, please drop an email. We also have like the tools that inspire us through the research. We discovered different other very valuable resources that you can tap into. So yes. Very importantly, because it's all about collaboration, at the end of our incubator program, it was also unfortunately the end of our funding, so we asked ourselves, so what should be the next step? And the participants of the program, actually the designers mostly of the program, said we would love to continue and work together. So we created last year the CoFab Fabulous Collective. And you can also read about our work. Could you click on collective, please, maybe? So the idea is to put our resources together and support each other's work, and also organize once or twice a year an exhibition with the new collections from the collective. And we are going to go to Edit Napoli, is a crafts fair in Italy happening in October. So we will have our first exhibition as a collective in October. So yes, I think.
Thank you, Alina. I would be curious to learn, how do you build or create your network, or how do you find your collaborators? Do they approach you? Do you approach them? In particular, if you have such a broad scope, not just Vienna, Europe, but even beyond.
So at the beginning, we just reached out to all the people in the network of the Erste Foundation. So I was working as a project manager for the foundation, which is involving projects in Central Eastern Europe, mostly social enterprise creation. And this is how I got to know a lot of the crafts aspects of the communities. So we reached out to all our friends, how you call the friends fools, and how do you the friends? F's, right? People were really excited because what we wanted to do is travel to see what is being produced. So really kind of a hands-on analysis, okay, and how can we support the people? We ended up having like quite famous designers who wanted to do collections with us, and it was an advantage because then you had big names, and when you would go to Salone di Milano with Maddalena Casadei, it was a different approach. And we also were a long-term collaborator with the Vienna Design Week. We were doing exhibitions every year for 10 years, I think, presenting the work of Corizom and kind of reaching out to also to the Made in network. So we tried to connect with as many people as possible because we kind of opened up the whole thing. It's not about artisans, but it's also about design, collaboration between artisans and designers. It's about how do you see the business aspect of your work. So we try to kind of facilitate a lot of know-how through the whole process of craft production.
Yeah, great you mentioned this because I think it's also interesting. Alina was part of the opening kickoff conference in Dresden. Now she's part of the closing conference, and she kind of even has been part of the previous
I was there at the beginning, 2018.
The beginning of the first edition. I think we easily talk about collaborating, you know, but what actually means that also in terms of continuation. And I think that's one of the core points, you know, how can, you know, things like this cannot be brought to life in just 2 weeks. How can you endure in these collaborations? I think that's also one of the, you know, always weak questions. How can we sustain this? Do we do this with another funding? And, you know, how can we, this is what we want. We want to stay in these collaborations, but this also takes a long breath.
Absolutely. I mean, we had the very big support, financial support of the Erste Foundation. They funded us for 5 years, which is a luxury nowadays, I must say. And we could go deeper into the topics that we wanted to work on, and they were very flexible in letting us shift, because at the beginning what we wanted to do was a 3-year long process of development in the communities. So we really wanted to be there to do trainings, but then it wasn't possible because of the pandemic, and also it wasn't financially viable because who pays you to work 3 years in a community? Nobody anymore. I mean, like, unless, you know, the European Commission, but it's very difficult to get the money that you need in order to have that long-term collaboration. And I think our success, if you wish, is because we worked so long in the areas with the people we know, and we invited everyone to contribute. So I do believe in long-term collaboration. It's not easy, and I think we're briefly touching upon the challenge of working with artisans in different countries, not to say languages. We always had to have a translator who was trying to convey to the designer what, so it can get messy, but it's also the beauty of it, because, you know, people are complex, and accepting that and kind of embracing the process, that it's not going to be the how do you call it, the KPIs and the, you know, the objective that is reached at the exact point, but being flexible in understanding that also craft is dynamic. You know, things change, things transform, and to kind of go with that process is, for me, something that we manage, and it's really, really exciting, and that kind of keeps me going to see, okay, we have this point, and there's a challenge there, but, you know, together we can manage, and yeah, that's the beauty of it, so to say.
So in the beginning, actually, I asked you also carefully to listen to the 2 presentations of the designers with your goggles of whatever, is it sustainability cycle canvas or the methodology that you apply for Corizom. So if you you know, learn about these projects? You know, how would you, you know, I mean, let's say, how would you see them from your point of view, you know, from your approach? Yeah, I would be curious to learn about this.
Please join our collective. I think it's what fascinates me is also the diversity of perspectives. It's like if you look into a material and what does that say to you, and you said something really beautiful, it's like making it your own. And it's like until it's really your own, if you don't own it, it's not really, you know, you don't come further, so to say, in the process. And I think that's a very important aspect also in collaboration. If the three competencies do not believe in the same kind of mission, or don't have the same view, or like kind of the same vision, it's very difficult to convey anything. Because, you know, sometimes we were laughing at the beginning, we said we were the Gringo Express, you know, 3 white people from the West going to the Balkans and telling them, oh, your production is not, you know, and then we said, we don't want to do that because it's their process, it's their perspective, and their attitude towards the material, their attitude towards why are they doing what they're doing. I think this is a very, very important aspect. And I think in your work, I really like that idea of, you know, it's not about me telling people what to do. It's like, I have this element of this wooden flower, and what do I do with it? And this is like the reflection around an object is something that it's, you know, makes it meaningful, or makes it, have a, transmit a message also to the person who has that object in front of them. So I think it's really fascinating. And I am super interested in your perspective on nationalism and allocating that to a specific craft, because I think I'm very aware of the power relations also within collaboration. I think that is a very important aspect, and looking into what does it mean for the identities of these people, and also like producing that, as you were saying, like, do we want to have people who do our garments for 50 cents a day? You know, it's like, it's a whole reflection on what is labor, how is it valued, who decides what is craft. I'm also very critical on this idea. There is, you know, like there's a heritage and there's this excellency in craft, and there's like kind of trying to put that on a pedestal. You know, that happens, you know, it's like it's everyday doing. And I think looking at that from a social political perspective is also really important.
You want to say something?
Yeah. I need to defend the making. As you said, it's fastidious. I was like, wanted to get up immediately. Absolutely. No. But I totally loved this discussion, because I just wanted to say exactly this making. I mean, a lot of people come to my studio and look at what I'm doing. I mean, lots of schools, of course, also worldwide, and I love to invite them. And then always this question about the making. Isn't it, in a way, boring or fastidious? But then the thing, the great thing about making is when you have an idea, but you don't know what's going to be like. So, I mean, while I'm making, I listen also to myself. Okay, if I'm getting bored by making it, there must be a problem, no? So then at that moment, I change my idea immediately. So I'm not bored to do it. So maybe I had this idea that I put 3 beads and then 3 other beads, and then I think after 10 rows, okay, now I know it. It's okay. And then I think, and I decided maybe that I wanted to have it stripes, blue and yellow or something, you know. But then after 3 stripes, I'm bored. So I put green or black. Of course, then at that very moment, I also think that this was a mistake and I shouldn't be bored to do it. I should just enjoy it. And now maybe I destroyed my own idea by interfering with another material, another color. And why did I do that? So I'm in constant battle, actually, with myself. Why am I doing it? So it's not at all fastidious. It's more like, I'm more like even sometimes stressed with myself. So that's why sometimes I'm super happy having collaborators in the studio, because they get a kind of list from me what they should do. Those stupid rows, blue and yellow, and the beats 3-3, and don't change that. And of course they don't dare to change it because I said it, so it's good. So I'm more like the designer in that sense, and I just want to have that image back in material, yeah? So they don't dare. So then I get it back, and I'm happy that's there, and not a green stripe is somewhere in between just because I got bored. So I have my own way to work, which is very exciting for myself, and a big battle, but then I have also the pleasure of seeing what I actually wanted in the beginning. So that was just what I wanted to say. You felt it?
No, that was exactly the explanation I was asking for in the first round of question, because this way of working is very specific. And also because in your interview, say, you were set up with your knitting machine in this library and said, what am I doing here? I'm not a novelist. But actually what you do is very poetic in the very moment what you do. It's like writing, it's like composing.
Questioning also a lot.
I
Questioning myself.
find this very interesting. One topic I wanted to hit, which is maybe at this very end, we only have a few more minutes, but I really would like to talk about it. I dropped the word cultural appropriation. Because we are talking about, investigating about other cultures, crafts, and so on, and it's a big discussion in the cultural field, in particular in the post-colonial studies. And I just want to take this discourse to what we are doing, because it's exploring, the rural craft in a nearby region or a long-distance region is not so far different from what has been done in the 19th century, I would say. And I wonder, how can we not trap into this, or how can we not, trap into this trap?
Oh, that's I think we can talk for a whole day about that.
Drop the question for the rest of the day.
That's a very important question, and I think sometimes I believe that there is no right answer, and anytime you say something, there will definitely be something wrong. But what I want to say is that something that you mentioned before is the respect. So it makes a huge difference how you approach the makers or how you approach your partners and your collaborators. And I think if it's from a respectful and kind of owning your own position as well, but also trying to understand and be open to the different perspectives that are in the room, I think that is a prerogative for not falling into the trap of trying to be the definitive element that changes from the outside what is supposed to be happening. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, I think it would be interesting also to hear from, because fashion is also kind of an industry that is very likely to consume. And I mean, since we also talk about, business, or I mean, you clearly said, you are in the hierarchy on level 3, but even not mentioned, but where, where does this hierarchy end up, or, who profits from one?
Yes, I think the thing is really if you just consume it, if the ideas are just taken from the mood board or something, what do we do next? Yeah, I found some image somewhere and now, paf, we do it. That's totally insane and ridiculous in a way also, because there's no communication, there's no exchange. It's just taking it rapidly, transforming it into something bigger, kind of, because the platform is just bigger. And that's really totally far from what I could and would do. But I mean, then on the other hand, I have to say these big beasts in fashion, they also eat themselves. I mean, they eat each other. I mean, they're not only eating little ones, they're also copying the other big brand. So, I mean, this is such a ridiculous market in a way when you look from inside, outside, I don't know, that it's actually, I don't know, I just, in a way, still love it. I mean, it's a bit of a glamour drama atmosphere up there. So one cannot really apply all the standards that we have because reflection is often far away. That's why I have to say I'm super happy to be here. Very, very happy actually, because I'm much more of a conceptual thinker. And I cannot and never, and I'm not trying it either, exchange with my big clients on that topic. I mean, it's impossible. This is not the environment where they would listen to this. Maybe after their long hours I don't know when, actually, having a coffee together, you could do that, but when they're inside these houses, they are like just functioning, playing a role, very, very strange. But still, I profit from that system. Because, of course, when you say, hey, I did these hats for Dior, or I did that dress for Balenciaga Couture, people look at you. It's the fact. It's a name-dropping business also. And even here, I can be here also because I did that also. Because otherwise, my hats could maybe look a bit ridiculous, but in comparison with that, I did it actually also for Dior. They get another kind of layer of acceptance. It's how it is, I think.
Thank you. One very
short example. So there was a campaign in Romania when Dior.
Okay.
Dior had shown like traditional Romanian blouses in one of their fashion shows. So the Romanian community was quite activated, and I think they did a campaign. And what I want to say with that is that one of the results was an organization that is legally looking into recognition of artisan contribution. So it's not about saying, I want that, you're not allowed to use that. It's like, how do you use an inspiration from a traditional craft, and how you will, how to deal with that in a legal context. And I think that is really very important because people feel overlooked, and it's, I mean, they have been doing that blouse for centuries, and not mentioning at all was something that hurt more or less the whole community. And also the fact that buying authentic blouses like that, it's rare because China produces that en masse. So if you go to Romania to any souvenir market, you find Chinese-made Romanian blouses. So it's kind of a complex thing, but yeah. Just as an example, the result of that campaign was a legal framework in which you can question if that recognition was made or not.
Jean, anything to add?
I mean, for me, it's quite difficult to talk about this because I tend to stick close to topics that are close by to what I already kind of know, or systems that I'm already embedded in. And I saw that you mentioned Eindhoven. We were a multicultural class. We had one Dutch person in our year. And everybody dealt only with their own identities, never looking at another. But that makes sense because your national identity largely stays dormant until you leave your place of origin. And then it becomes contested, so it becomes way more apparent. So we're all crazy about like researching, okay, where am I from? How is my culture different to others? So yeah, we're all like, there's so many projects that came out that year that had to deal with cultural identity.
Well, I think it's actually a very nice ending to end up with identity, because also I have it as a question in my booklet, but I do not continue this. But I could imagine that future identities in relation to craft is a very interesting topic, because we talked a lot about this, until it becomes mine, where does it come from? So I think a lot, and we have not talking about it, is about identity. And of course, heritage is closely linked to this, which I think is very interesting. And I would leave it to this. I think our last round of questions will give food for further exchange throughout the day. Thank you very much to Cécile, Alina, and Shan. It was very great talking to you, getting to know the works better, because if you only see the artifacts, sometimes you're just impressed by how they look like, but I think with all this intention in the background, they become so much more richer. Thank you very much.
So hello to all of you. I'm Cvetka Požar, curator at Museum of Architecture and Design, and also participating actively within the Made In platform. Today I will just deliver a really brief introduction to this second panel, and then I will introduce my two guests. So Made In platform, in both its first and second editions, has so far, through more than 60 projects, encouraged critical reflection on contemporary design and craftsmanship, artistic practices, innovative materials, emerging technologies, and science as well. The platform focuses on exploring new ways of transferring knowledge based on the rich heritage of craftsmanship. By connecting tradition and innovation, it opens space for the creation of new forms of craft. For example, those that promote biodiversity and diversity in harmonious environments, sustainable production models, and contemporary approaches to data processing. Craftsmanship here serves as a central bearer of cultural continuity and tool for ecological transformation. And this is also a meeting point where craft knowledge merge with contemporary design or art and emerging technologies. In this context, dynamic practices are established, ones that are constantly evolving and changing through dialogue with the environment and forms of collaboration. In the Made In exhibition, which you can see here in Center Rock and also at Mao, we are presenting 18 projects that offer a fresh perspective on craftsmanship as a living, developing field capable of effectively addressing many of today's social and environmental challenges. So when I was also a member of a curatorial team, because those 18 projects are in a bit, they're different in between, and we are opening with, in my opinion, with those projects also different aspects of craft, design, and also art. And when we were preparing the exhibition, our goal was to group somehow those projects in different themes, and one of the theme is also the theme of, or the topic of hybrid environmental practices. So this is the theme of this panel, and we will discuss that. Especially 3 projects, one developed in Slovenia and 3 in Croatia. So I will just briefly say a few words about those projects. So the common thread connecting projects, crafting biodiversity, the project Adriatic 1, Echoes of the Abyss, and Mediterranean Space Exploration Suite by Soul brings together the environment, space, and information. This is conceptualized through different approaches based on traditional craft skills, interdisciplinary collaboration, and new digital technology. The positioning of craft as a repertory land practice is a method that brings effective solutions for growing biodiversity in urban environments. Interdisciplinary collaboration uncovers the hidden heritage of chemical weapons and its lasting impact of marine life. This is the project of Robertina Šebrjanić, about which we will talk about later. And the third project, with its indiscriminate generation of data on the Mediterranean, artificial intelligence, SOL, reveals some of the many multi-layered paradox of our world. It creates new methodologies and opens questions related to the environment, the sea, physical and digital space, the present and the future. And since we are talking about craft, and the Made in platform is also about particularly about the craft. The outcomes of these projects, all process-based but by nature, in turn functions to shape new hybrid craft practices. So these are the starting points for today's panel discussions, which I will be moderating with Deborah Solomon, with whom we collaborated on the crafting biodiversity projects, which we conceived together with the Trajna Krater Collective here in Ljubljana. And our second guest is Davor Mišković, head of the Drugo Moro organization from Rijeka, which is also a partner in the Made in project. So we will talk to Davor about the projects they have carried out as part of their 3 residencies, which are related to the theme of the sea and marine ecosystems. Both Deborah and Davor, they came from different urban environments. We are talking about Amsterdam and Rijeka. So we will be interested in their work, in their own environments, and of course the transfer of Deborah's practice to the urban environment of Ljubljana. So first I would like to ask both of them to give a short presentation. So maybe Deborah, and if I just say some few words about you, who you are. I mean, you are artist, infrastructure activist and researcher, and the field of your work is biodiversity, urban metabolism, and the multi-species right to the city. So Deborah, the floor is yours.
Do I have to, is it on? Yes, it's on. Okay. Thank you very much, Svetka. And imagine a food forest here. So this is an image in Amsterdam Southeast, where I work with the Amsterdam Southeast Food Forest Collective. This is a project that we did in our very rich production of projects. This is an image in which we are communicating, we're reaching out to the neighborhood in 4 languages: Sranang, the Surinamese language, Twi, and English and Dutch. You can see a lot in this image. It's of the Amsterdam Southeast Bijlmer. There's a grand projet, a grand project from the 60s of urbanization and very densely populated and very densely built, but with huge amounts of green space. And that's an urban planning paradigm overall in these grand projets, in these grand projects, but also especially in the Netherlands, where they really wanted to show green space. Let's see. Yeah. So in this project, which is a project with nearly 80 people involved in the collective, with a core team, let's say, of 12 people, and my direct partner in Urbania Hoeve, which is Renata Nolan. And we aimed to do a landscaped intervention that was rather large, because in preserving biodiversity, it's very cute to make a little nectar corridor and have some, flowers in your front yard, or convert, remove a few tiles or whatever and plant in a certain way. But actually, according to biodiversity science, you need some space to produce biodiversity of any impact at all. And 53 hectare is the amount of space that you need if you want to produce an impact-rich biodiversity. So in this project, you're looking here at a map where these colored in green spots, the darker ones, reflect the ecological framework of Amsterdam, the conservation areas outside of Amsterdam. The light green are 2 city parks. Oh, there's another light green right there. 3 city parks. There's actually a 4th city parks. And in this area, very densely built, you'll see this honeycomb shape. This is iconic of this area. And a metro line going straight through it. This is the K district. All the streets start with K. In this neighborhood, we try to connect these green infrastructures, these biodiverse conservation infrastructures, through public space. So we have to change the public space so that public space can take on this high level of biodiversity. And we do that through altering the mowing regime. Also planting food forests, so it's called a food forest project. There are fruit trees, but actually it's a mowing regime change. And that was not an easy thing to do. It's an ongoing project. Since 2018, we've been working on this, but it is 56 hectare. And this was a project that led me to meet the Krater Collective in Venice, actually. And yes, I met them in Venice in 2021. We met in Venice in 2021, and in 2022, Krater Collective started its Viral Palace project, which many of you will just assume that you know about this project. I'll just briefly say, on their site, a former military site, let's call it a gravel quarry near the train station. They had been stewarding this space as one of the most, it's clear on a map, it is a biodiversity hotspot, a hub. I shouldn't say hotspot because it's actually a cool spot. It actually cools the city, and it's a place where migratory animals can go through. It is an extreme resource and habitat. This is state-owned land, and it's a contested site because the state wanted to build a palace of justice there, a much-needed palace of justice. So the Krater Collective produced a project, a palace of feral justice. Imagine here, imagine a food forest here, imagine here that there is feral justice. We need so much justice. How would we produce that? What kind of spaces do we need? What kind of not building do we need? What does that mean? And so there was nearly a year-long program, or maybe even 2 years actually, in which design teams, of which I was honored to be a mentor, presented proposals on how to answer that question. And later, for the Crafting Biodiversity project, we started to work together. And then I luckily got to be absorbed in the Krater Collective. So this is the work of many hands with the core team of Gaia and Andre and Amadea and I'm going to space out, and Urska, and people like the interns, which like the interns are brilliant, Karol, Eli, Dani, and Jojanaka. As a small, I mean, just to mention the smallest of the core teams worked on this project with the Mao. And what this project also tried to do was produce a biodiversity corridor between Mao and Krater by way of these small parcels. You can see a parcel here. Oh, you can't see a parcel there. But okay, so let's say this is the parcel. This is one of the 18 parcels, parcels in the Mao Park, Fujina, and then dotted along a corridor that delineates the hottest parts of Ljubljana. Because Ljubljana has a reputation for being very green, but it actually has this urban heat island effect that also traces a corridor. So within this corridor, these parcels were placed using this kind of material to say, you know, to show this is a zone where work is happening, work in progress, and explaining the project. And yesterday, in fact, on this spot, we delivered this parcel and other parcels, but this parcel to the city of Ljubljana in a very ceremonial way. These parcels are the sub-parcels and the larger parcels are also, managed through a transformation to the mowing regime. Here you see an image of the first mowing. What goes on in mowing, in phased mowing, is that you mow, I'll just try to not give my long explanation, not only much less, but your mowing passes of any given parcel are like a third, and then overlapping a third. Maybe you'll do 3 passes in a year, maybe you'll do 2. And this excludes also the spaces that communicate to the public. These are parcels where humans walk. Humans need to feel that urban green space is cared for. So there's like signs in the mowing that say, I am a cared for parcel, like mowing the perimeter, or that the spaces of high use are still highly mowed. But what this does in the areas that are phase mown is it creates many different ages of plant material, nectar resources, habitat resources, and it still is a sequestration area for water, for carbon, and it is a wildlife refuge. Because, and this is the underlying reason for both of these projects and this way of working, conservation areas, like I showed you in the second slide, in the ecological framework of Amsterdam, but also in Ljubljana, in the Natura 2000 and the Barria, all these areas, the species webs, the species communities that live there don't only live there, they also go to the city. And they reside and produce and reproduce, co-reproduce in areas of the highest precarity. So these projects are transdisciplinary crafts projects working with communities, institutions, the municipality to secure these precarized areas. Thank you.
Okay, we will continue with Davor. As I said, Davor is head of Drugo More organization from Reka. Sociologist working in the field of culture. You are governing, I mean, you are leading the Drugo More since 2004, and also you worked with local government and improving cultural systems, also doing, you created strategies for the region of Istra and towns in Istra, so which I think is really valuable for our discussion today here. And yeah,
Yeah,
Floor is yours.
maybe, I mean, maybe to start from our topic was sea resources. And we started, in a way, how to say, how we think about the sea. Basically, this is, I mean, when we attach a kind of resources to the sea, it's already defined what is sea for us, something that is useful that we can use as we want. And this is, I think that is usually very important how we are framing through the language our relationship to the object, let's say. And in a sense, to the nature, we kind of quite often starting from ourselves. I mean, this is a kind of our way of thinking, you know, to start from ourselves and position ourselves in the world, in the space, and but then we are, through the language and metaphors, we are developing certain relationship, let's say. And when we are thinking about the sea is from the kind of dawn of the history, let's say, is kind of for us something that is very appealing, and it is from the beginning of the kind of human development considered as a resource. And we know that from South Africa's archaeological sites 70,000 years ago, we already could find the shells, fish, you know, kind of that was used for the food, for the jewelry, as a kind of currency. So we have kind of this relationship to the sea. And sea is in a way also kind of considered as a, let's say, last frontier. And when we people, when we see something as a frontier and the last frontier, and we know that from the Americas, you know how that ends for the species of people or whoever lives there, you know, kind of very tragically, you know. And this is a kind of, in a way, something that was for us very kind of starting point to think about the sea as a resource. And when we think about it, how to approach to that, but because, you know, how to kind of, I mean, how to use, in a way, kind of artistic expression in communicating this problem is something that is kind of really important question, because in a way, when we are faced with the facts about climate change, biodiversity, whatever, these facts are so kind of overwhelming, you know, kind of, you can't cope with that, you know, kind of. And since it's such a tragical, you know, kind of, it's a really kind of, you're paralyzed in a way when you are faced with this reality. And we all choose certain state of denial, you know, kind of. Some people are denying the fact, some people don't want to know, you know, kind of. Some people deny the guilt, you know, kind of. So it's, we all kind of developing certain type of denial. However, we don't want sometimes to acknowledge that we are denying that. But this is a kind of such a huge problem that we really don't want to face in a way. And for example, I will give you just one example of carbon dioxide, you know, kind of. We know the facts. So for example, I mean, science proved that 1,000 gigatons of CO2 in atmosphere rises the temperature for 0.5%. And we currently, every year, pushing in the atmosphere some 45 gigatons. So that means that in a 20 years period, we will kind of temperature will rise for another 0.5%. And when we think about this 0.5%, you know, currently we are around 1.3 Celsius before the pre-industrial era. But this 1.3, it's not even distributed. It's distributed basically C. In that sense, it's kind of slower in a warming. So the sea is 0.8% warmer, and the land is 1.9. So when 0.5% more, so kind of it will be again distributed like that. And for the sea, this is a kind of huge problem because it means acidification of the sea and the oceans, and kind of that completely changed the habitat. Because species that lives in the sea for the millions of years were adjusted to the certain kind of level of kind of CO2 in a sea and oxygen and so on. So that means we are really rushing into the catastrophe. And, and it's not strange that we don't want to face these facts. Kind of, it's much easier to go to business as usual, kind of somehow, okay. I mean, we can still adapt, whatever we believe. And for so our choice in a way was, talking with the artist, that we present something that is kind of, how to say, possible to cope with, kind of to present certain kind of practice, human practice or historical practice or contemporary one that is kind of showing us, situation with which we can cope and we can kind of do something, because when we are paralyzed, you can't do anything, so kind of something that we can do, really something. And Robertina Szubianic, for example, we saw her video here, choose to deal with the sea as a dumping site. Kind of, we know that the sea is a huge dumping site and lots of things are just dumped in the water. And among these things, it's explosive devices. And it's explosive devices that are kind of accumulating in the sea through whole 20th century, kind of. And they are toxic in a way. They are changing the chemistry of the sea, and Robertina is dealing with that. And this is something that kind of wider audience, public, really could understand, and it's not so overwhelming, let's say, but you can kind of pinpoint something and maybe kind of do something about that, Igor Eshkinja was doing the work that is showing this kind of historical collapse of resource. It's a murex from which we are historically we were using it to produce murex dye, purple color, and that was production of which was collapsed in the 3rd, 4th century, because it was already for thousands of years used and kind of all the resource was depleted in the Mediterranean Sea. So there was a kind of, for 1,000 years, it was a kind of gap of purple kind of color, because we didn't have a resource how to produce it, or it became extremely expensive and so on. So this is something kind of historical collapse, and I think that from this, how to say, kind of previous ecological catastrophes that we know that happened in human history, that we can really learn a lot, and maybe also kind of to raise awareness what we are doing currently now, because there is also in a Jared Damon's book Collapse about ecological catastrophes in the past, he asked himself a question: what happened to the people on Easter Island when they cut the last tree? I mean, what they were thinking, kind of, because that was means end of their, not civilization, of their life, kind of they vanished, you know, kind of after that. And he answers very simple, the same thing as we have now in our hands, because we are doing precisely that. Now we are kind of cutting our kind of resources and, you know, kind of basically not thinking about it. Yeah. So maybe just to stop here for the introduction.
Yeah, actually, this was a very good intro to the topic, because all these projects are, of course, dealing with the environment, landscape environment and the seascape environment, which sometimes we are taking both of them for granted. For example, seascape for us, Rijeka is very known, but for example, a lot of people, Slovenes during the summer, we are all going there to the sea. To the seaside, but are we aware of that? Of the pollution of the sea and also of the right of the other non-human species? Probably not enough. And here it's my question also, because we'll talk about. I will ask later about the role of the craft here also, but since you explained two projects here, my question is to you, Davor, and also later to Debra, those projects, how they are important, for example, for the local community in Rijeka, in your surrounding, in the region, and the other question is, what does this mean in the context of artistic practice? You pointed somehow already regarding the awareness, but what else? if it is there.
I could say that all these projects are kind of interdisciplinary.
Yeah.
You know, they kind of involved consultations with scientists. I mean, crafts, it's involved in production. So, I mean, I would say, yeah, it's difficult to answer to that question, what that really means for the people. You know, for example, you said about this tourism and so on. So, in conversation with the scientists, they told us, for example, I will give you one example. So the concentration of the copper in Adriatic Sea is rising. And it's rising because of nautical tourism mainly. This is the kind of primary source. Because the kind of paint, boat paint is produced copper-based, and it's, but I will not go now into much detail here. And this fact is known. I mean, kind of scientists know it, government knows that, you know, kind of, because this is a state institute that producing this data, but nobody's really doing anything about it because it's a source of income. And I would say that our policy in general towards the depletion of resources in any sense, even we are creating them toxic or we are kind of extracting the fossil fuels, whatever, it's really kind of strange because, for example, another example I will give you. So there is in oil mining, fisheries, forestry, in all these industries, there is two terms. One is that are important for our discussion. One is resources, and the other is reserves. So basically, reserves means kind of something that we estimate that exists in the earth, and we may be not able to reach with current technology. But resources is something that we can reach. You know, kind of it's kind of available to us because we have technology, we know where they are kind of distributed and so on. And according to some estimations, oil resources now are worth about 2.5 trillion US dollars. And our policy is, please don't take this money. This is what we do, please don't take this money. Most of us will say, oh, I will take this money, because it's a strange policy, that you have such a kind of appeal there, and then you don't have any measure how to deal with it. And the same is with the sea. With the sea, when you think about the sea, there is a certain regulations about the fisheries, but they are so weakly implemented that you have a for example, countries like, especially in Pacific area, you have a very small island countries like Fiji, they don't have a patrol boats at all to implement their own laws, it's a really bizarre situation. So that our regulation, even if it exists, we don't have a means to implement it. So it's I would say that this is a major problem, and we are facing it in in everyday life in Adriatic. I told you about the copper. Here we don't have even regulation. You have a lobbies, touristic lobby, that doesn't want this regulation. And our policy is basically shaped not by people who concerned about climate change or biodiversity, whatever, but by people who are concerned with the profit. They are shaping the policy. So, what we can do. So in that sense, I think what we can do with the artistic project, with the conference and so on, we can just transmit information, repeat, like a mantra, that we are just repeating it and hoping that somebody will listen. Because, reality, our reality, I would say, it's illusion. And our role as a cultural workers and artists is to break through this illusion, in a way, just trying to give people, how to say, not information, because this information is very accessible, but to create, in a way, environment or communities and in which, we can shame each other, if we do something bad. We need that, to shame each other, you put this, So, yeah.
I also, think regulation should be something that solves the problem, but unfortunately it doesn't. So, because I think because of that, as you said, now we are here and we are looking for some solutions. So I think in the field of cultural production, because also craft is the part of this, very important part of this field. But here I would like to also ask Deborah about you coined because you are very deeply in this problem, let's say, and you coined the term multi-species urbanism. So before we go on, I would like to just to briefly explain that, because I think it's not enough understandable. It is understandable, but we need to talk about that all the time. So just briefly about that, and maybe also about the what is the advantage of multi-species urbanism over the established policies of ecological practices?
Multi-species urbanism is contrary to urbanism, where we think, how are we going to build how are we going to urbanize? How are we going to build this housing, these cities? How are we going to make these roads? How do we design? How do we imagine, visualize our lives around humans? It's thinking of the multi-species whole. The multi-species whole is on your body right now. It's in your body right now. You are part of the multi-species whole. If there was only you, me, we would be dead. Like you wouldn't be able to digest the cookie, absorb the caffeine, and you would just die. You are more not you than you are you. And that not you is the multi-species that resides everywhere. It's in your kombucha that you're making in your kitchen, and the same toilet scum if you come back after your trip, your summer holiday from Croatia, and you come back and there's this brown haze in your loo. That's also the same kombucha that you're growing on top of your refrigerator. So a multi-species whole has requirements for thriving, and these are diversity in all things. These microorganisms, they are even more transdisciplinary and trans-species than we are. Like we can barely conceive because of our culture that there are other things, that we are these other things more than we are we. But they don't have the problem of, as far as we define them now, of culture. So they have, we have space to visualize them as being transcorporeal. This is the work of Stacy Alaimo, who writes about transcorporeality. Anyway, multi-species urbanism puts forth the more than human, that's us, the more than human first. What if we need to thrive? What if the non-capitalist, the non-fascist needs to thrive the most? Because it prevents us from extincting and extracting ourselves. And yeah, it's about that. And I wanted to touch on what, I wanted to react to what Davor said, because well, it's funny also to have us on this panel together. It's a good idea because this, this work deals with the macro of climate crisis. I mean, the climate crisis is a multi-crisis, more than human crisis, more than crisis. And the work of Krater Collective, Urbania Huva, these kinds of infrastructure activism projects are artistic research in the craft of producing a new imaginary for the local. It is not producing this biodiversity in cities. Oh, it can lower the temperature of your city by 10 degrees. There's no question about that if it were implemented at much, much greater scale. That is clearly proven. But it is not going to affect the largesse of the oceans being acidifying, eutrophying, and copperifying, and being contaminated. It will not affect those temperatures. But this is the local climate. And okay, we can imagine an ink blot if we connect the local to the local to the local. But actually, what we need to be thinking, if we're truly thinking about humans, we need to craft, quite literally, craft this web of relations that is required to produce healthy, transcorporeal relations which are diverse by definition, that span disciplines. That is the craft that we explore in these kinds of projects. So they are local, but they affect humans the most. They affect local communities. They affect local communities of insects, animals, animals under threat, plants under threat that require this space at all. And it is our survival that hinges upon this. But it's a very local action.
You already tackled the topic of craft. So I would just like to mention also here that we invited today also Lynn Harless is a designer and researcher who is dealing very intensively with the theme of more than human. But she couldn't join us, but she wrote the text for our book. And analyzing the projects of crafting biodiversity, also the Igoreškinja project and Robertina projects. And I really recommend to you to read this text, because I think it's really good analyze. Yeah, she she see the craft as an extended research methodology in these projects. And also, she claims that, I will quote here, that it is craft as a radical methodology, opening new territories for understanding of our entangled world. So you already mentioned that how important is dealing with the environmental question, interdisciplinary work. And yeah, you already mentioned, Deborah, what is the role of craft here, but still, yeah, it's very, so my question here is also, how can contemporary craft practice actually contributing to the modern human paradigm shift? Because this is what is Lynn also writing in this essay. And especially here to the relation of, to the relationship to art. This, was it because I think Drugomore, usually you're not dealing so much with craft in the past, or did you? Or how did they, yeah. I think we all, within Made in platform, we all, or not, or some, we see craft as a really broad field. It's also intangible heritage, or intangible craft, I would say. Because with what Trajna is doing with Deborah, we are talking about mowing, the traditional knowledge of mowing and how to use this today, because we are living in the contemporary world and facing the consequences, the situations in the real world, which are not really promising for the future. So all these, I think, are a kind of a tools how to do something in this field.
I think that what we did as a collective, also in both projects that I talk about, it is really an innovation, because we are the ones who defined, not we alone, but we are, everyone here in this room, we are the ones who define what is craft and what areas get to be touched by this conceptualization. So why do we do these works? I mean, there's this urgency going on, and this the world, we're in the middle of an ever burgeoning catastrophe that is immense and around us all the time. Why wouldn't our work address this? In the other part of my life, where I'm an academic researcher, I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Urban Planning in Amsterdam. I mean, there's so much research being done about these subjects and green transitions and environmental, it's called environmental justice, but it's always about environmental injustice. Why? I mean, it's great that we're doing research. That's so fantastic. But making these projects, and we're very, very curious, except for there's a crisis going on. So what I like about these collective actions of infrastructure activism is that they forge paths for solutions, doing it right. We imagine, we produce the world we want to see. And doing that is a damn mess, I can tell you. It produces mistakes. It is action, it's literally called action research. We are producing something thinking, oh, we're gonna arrive there, and we don't arrive there. Of course we don't arrive there. We experience what it is to try to produce new mowing regime. I mean, that sounds like a tiny little, technically it's a very simple thing. Really, a cow can do it. Literally, a cow can do it. Except for in a city, cows do, that's how we learned how to do it. But we need to do it in a city with mowing contracts and departments of maintenance that have cultures, just like we have cultures of craft and art. They have cultures of working, cultures of knowledge, that they have culture. And we are trying to transform these things, and it's actually quite violent. It's actually quite non-democratic, because who are we? I mean, we say, oh, but the science is on our side. Okay, well, that's great, but there are cultures that we are disrupting. It's also, science is on the side of not digging coal out of the ground and having coal miners. But what about lost generations of etc. So you probably know these stories as well. When you had your design education, what happens when we leave generations behind? So anyway, to transform culture, to innovate craft, to craft new mowing contracts and policies, and new forms of communication, and new ways of working together between groups of people, administrators, technical service departments of municipalities, people that never talk to each other, and make it work. Bird experts in a neighborhood, groups that come together and use specific public space in specific kinds of ways. This is what needs to be crafted for this tiny technical difference to make, hopefully, this impact-rich effect in terms of temperature, water, carbon, and biodiversity sequestration. That's what we're crafting in these kinds of projects.
Thank you, Daur. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I just want to say something. I mean, maybe, I started at the beginning how it's important, how we treat our environment. In that sense, it is very interesting how, for example, for us in English language or Croatian language, the bay it's a noun, but in let's say half of the world languages, it's a verb, because it's a kind of living thing that is constantly changing, and in that sense, I think this creates completely different relation with the environment, and I'm thinking about from the book Braiding the Sweetgrass of Robin Wall Kimmerer. She's writing about the traditional basket weaving in North America, and how the people, craft people who are making this were treating the resources as living beings in a way, it's a kind of animistic logic in a way, but in a way that they are treated, they perceive themselves as a custodians in a way of the environment, and were very cautious how many baskets they can produce, kind of in that sense, because for them it was, relation with the living being, that the tree, that the shrub or whatever. So I think that in that sense, it's very important how we are kind of treating our environment, human environments, kind of urban environment, any environment in that sense. And I think in a way that kind of, there is also kind of policy recommendation from the prosperity without the growth that was made for UK government, that basically reshaping economy towards the kind of giving the more space, let's say, and to the crafts, care and arts, it's basically kind of ecological policy that we don't kind of, you know, this is kind of creates the solutions by itself, you know, kind of, because it's changing the consumption, the way how we are consuming things, and also the desire, what we want, you know, kind of. And we are talking a lot in the present few years about care crisis in all our countries, you know, kind of. And basically, we didn't kind of really create the solutions for that. And I think when you think about it, that these kind of three sectors, let's say, or art, crafts and care are kind of very interconnected and something that we can kind of build on it.
Okay, maybe I can open the floor for the questions as well, because I think, I hope you have some questions here. No? Okay. Yeah, so I think we have 5 more minutes, but I would like to conclude here with the question how to accept change. I'm based this on the our project. I would say our project, because Mao was a part of this project, and I personally really like it very much. Within this corridor, you probably, a lot of you already knew that, but I will repeat it because many of you probably don't know. Within this corridor, that Trajna and Debra set it up from Bežigrad, from Krater to Mao, to the Fužine. It's the outskirts of Ljubljana. So the end, or the beginning of this corridor, it's a park. It's a park that Mao is taking care of. But this park is also really vital and important for the Fužine community. So here we are facing, because this mowing regime, it's not the regime that our people are used to it. And also for us, but I personally, through that process, I was more aware of the park, of what is happening in the park, how people are using it, and also about the plants, about the animals in the park, etc. But yeah, within these 3 months, we are facing also with the complaints, because it's not the regime, the mowing regime that is implemented there now. We did 2
mowing passes.
Passes now. It's now the grass is it's not evenly cut in all the park, so people are complaining that we are not treating the park well, that we are abandoning the how we are treating the park, etc. But I remember yesterday when we did this exercise, we were in the park and we did the exercise. We were observing it's a method, one of the method. It's the radical observation method. So we are, I think we were 40, 30 people there, and you gave us a time to observe the plants, the living being in the park. So this is a method that is, I think the radical observation method is a method that you are pushes you to do something, to act. And this is not just for the biodiversity, I think for any kind of action. Even in your personal life, I think. So here my question is, how many of us, all of us, or people who are not so much involved in this, accept change, that something is not beautiful anymore, Or what is this beautiful? What is this aesthetic? Could this aesthetic be different? That is not what our people used to.
Well, that's a really good question, and we deal with it also, by the way, in the Amsterdam project.
Yeah.
And also, I didn't mean to imply that Mao is not. Mao is absolutely part of this collective and producing the project. Mao is also the first, I think, museum grounds in all of Europe that has adopted this method for biodiversity. It's quite primeur, quite extraordinary. I also want to say that when it came to do the first mowing pass, the staff at Mao, a multitude of staff, but especially people dealing with the technical department, not only just resigned themselves to doing something differently, they embraced it. It was shocking to me, I mean, positively shocking. All of the material, all of the tools that one could use to cut the grass were taken out and joyfully experimented with by Tadeo when he was, you know, well, will this work? Oh, will that work? And just tried all these different things. It was really joyful and pleasant to see that that could be the approach. But indeed, in these projects, we get negative comments. That's also culture. By the way, some people just like to complain, by the way. We don't have to love everything that we have to. It's good when we are dealing with public good and public lands and public funds, and to be paying attention to what people say, and we need to listen and we need to communicate. But sometimes we don't need to veer from our path, but what we might need to do is make our path bigger. In this radical observation practice that I started developing in 2014, there are 50, more than 50 by now. They're kind of like asanas, like yoga postures of observation, and they include postures of the individual. Sometimes they take 10 minutes, sometimes they take a month, some of them take a year. Some of them are, most of them are about outside, but some of them are also about inside. Why do I have beasts in my sweater drawer? I mean, how could I grow food with no land and no light? You can, by the way. How do I communicate what I see? Because we're talking about projects and interventions. How do I communicate with my group so that we develop a common language? Because I know all the species, but they don't. But they know all the people, and they know all the institutions and the institutional pathways. So how do we develop a common language? So this practice, radical observation practice, and the Krater Collective developed new postures for this project, specific to this project, to deal with learning about biodiversity and communicating it in a way where we don't have to always say the scientific name, and sensitizing ourselves, or what is going on in the landscape, what is the sort of ecological succession. We learned how to see this and to test it. We learned how to put our bodies in the space by developing these new radical observation postures. How do we deal with the negative comments of community residents that don't like these uneven grasses? Well, we invite them and we open them up. We open up the practice to them and explain it really well, and hope that by seeing that there's 30 different kinds of biodiversity there, that this is in the case of in Amsterdam, there was like in one area too many thistles or too many nettles, but there was a flock of 12 European goldfinches in this one strip of grass. European goldfinches are on the threatened species list, and it's like 12 birds you have in your front yard, and also they're very beautiful. They're like red and yellow and black and very charismatic species. I mean, this, to explain and to take the time to show and explain, this is what this biodiversity is producing here. You now have front row property on this. Your apartment gets to observe these 12 birds that are rarely in other places, or a butterfly, or a night moth, or a bat that is actually hasn't been sighted in a while, and suddenly it's in your neighborhood, or orchids. So that will go a long way. It still doesn't go all the way. And some people, again, like to complain, and it doesn't look like a golf course, but maybe they need to walk somewhere and they don't like the nettles on their ankles. So maybe that area doesn't need to have nettles. It doesn't mean More Than Human still has a human in it.
Thank you. There were any comments? Or also, we don't have any more time, but still, the projects that artists did within your residences in Croatia, I think in one way, they are also poetic. For example, soul, artificial intelligence.
Yeah, all poetic.
Yeah, they are all poetic. And, but yeah, here are, I don't know, speculative in a way, but I think somehow they are, they are showing the way, or they are making us think, how to act differently, let's say. Maybe a comment on this, if you have.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, as you said, this poetic moment, it's a very important, I mean, for any artwork in a way, because it really creates that kind of emotional attachment to the whatever it's presenting in a way. And also, I think that this kind of combination of, how to say, kind of cognitive and emotional aspects that we find in all three works, it's a really kind of well balanced in them, and that kind of how to say, yeah, it's important to get it, you know. But on the other hand, I think that also in art, we are not afraid of experiment and the failure, you know, kind of if you fail to do that, it's not kind of disaster in a way, you know, kind of. And I think in this, what you were saying about we in the past 2 years, we have a kind of huge problem in Zagreb about mowing the grass, you know, kind of how high and so on. And this is a kind of really difficult, you know, to explain and also to accept, you know, in a way, because it's in a way, it really asks you to influence the kind of value system, you know, kind of, and that's not easy to do. You know?
There are people that complain, as you say, but then there are clever people that complain, and they also understand that if they just put this topic of aesthetic, that you will say, yeah, but you just get used to it. I mean, it's, but then they come up and they say that it's dangerous, no? Because when there's the grass growing and it's dry, for example, that's my question. Then they say, yeah, but you will burn the whole village with your grass being long and dry, and this will and then we will all die because of you not doing your job and having a nice organized meadow. So my question is, what do I say?
Well, there's less, okay, I have I mean,
you know that probably, no?
Yes.
Argumentation.
I mean, not with the dry grass and the burning, although we do have terrible droughts in the Netherlands. All soils in the Netherlands, so I'm not speaking of Ljubljana, we also have droughts in Ljubljana, and Amadea in our collective documented very clearly the summer drought this year in all of the meadows. And by the way, it's not a lot of fuel. But what you can say technically, I mean, what you can simply answer is soils and meadows that store water, even though they might have a higher the meadow might be a little bit higher. It's not like, you know, it's not a bit. To that we say it's just simply wetter. Just because it looks, and also this yellow look is not everywhere, and it's less in areas that have had phased mowing. The soil organism is more equipped to store water in a more efficient way. But not only that, this danger thing is more prevalent in the Netherlands. That's really a thing. And people always say, you know, like the technical departments really say, the people say this, the residents talk about this danger. I actually never heard any of the residents talk about this danger, but the officials say that residents talk about danger. I also don't really believe them because we deal with residents all the time, and I never heard a resident say that. But it's kind of a myth that people think people are going to get raped and beat up in these spaces. And we just simply say most people get raped and beat up at home. Like 99% of that happens in your home by people that you know. And let's not blame the ecosystem, on this. That's how we kind of shut that right down, because it's not a reasonable complaint, actually. What is reasonable is that the services, the technical departments, they do care. Even they're doing, making these golf courses that are extractive and just changing the ecosystem, the hydrology of the soil, and turning an area that is not a drought area, into an urban heat island. It's scientifically proven through these practices. It's not like they don't care and that they are negligent, horrible people that want everything to die. They care very deeply. They want it to look neat. And their way of working is an expression of care. So it's a difficult conversation to coax people to see other areas, other realms where there can be care. And hope that through the personal interaction, and it's like really artisanal social work, that there can be, that people will be, they can be appealed to with these species that they suddenly can see. That's having a different way of looking might change the way they see it, so that their work is not being on a mowing tractor and going ring, rung, ring, rung, ring. That's something that a robot could do. Instead, that they're tending a landscape that has 12 European goldfinches in it, or rare birds, as is the case in the Mau Park. So that is a hope, and every situation will be different. It'll be artisanal. And at some point, it will be culture. That's it.
Okay, so maybe we start, and then the others can join us when they're finished with coffee. So you probably know me, most of you, but let me say that my name is Ivana Borovnjak, and I'm one of the members of OAZA Collective, which is a research-based design studio and organization from Zagreb. And I'm together with Maja Kolar, who is unfortunately not here today, also leading activities for OAZA within the Made in platform, and as one of the partners. And today's or this panel is a little bit different than the previous two ones, because we also have people who were not very closely related to projects that we did within this cycle of Made in project. And we are going to speak about different types of atlases. So the panel is called Knowledge Atlas in the broadest sense, and this is also how we're calling this core activity of Made in platform, which is basically dedicated to gathering knowledge, mapping and archiving in various ways. And we will approach this theme through different perspectives. So through mapping traditional and emerging crafts, nature and science, documenting intangible heritage, and developing open archives of sustainable materials. So I'm happy to introduce the speakers today. Astrid Susano is a co-founder of Passao Futuro, one of the Made in partner organizations. She's also an architect that worked internationally in studios in Rotterdam and Mexico City. And since co-founding Passao Futuro in Lisbon in 2016, she has been dedicated to connecting designers and craftspeople, activating Portugal's intangible cultural heritage, and curating residencies and exhibitions that foster dialogue between contemporary design and traditional craft. Then there is Claire, Claire Varnier, is that okay? Co-founder of Unfold, an interdisciplinary studio she runs with Dries Verbruggen in Antwerp. Founded in 2002, Unfold is internationally known for its pioneering work at the intersection of physical craftsmanship and digital technology. Their projects explore craftsmanship as both a technical and culturally significant process. And within Made in project, in 2020, they have created Comb Maker's Tale, which is a story about the knowledge that is about to be lost in a way. A very poetic film came out of it. And today she's going to speak about the Atlas of Lost Finds, which is investigating how digital traces of destroyed artifacts can be rematerialized in collaboration with local communities, but also many other topics. And lastly, I'm sorry that Giulia Bellinetti is not here with us physically, but she's here in a virtual realm. She's head of the Nature Research Department and coordinator of the Future Materials program at Jan van Eyck Academy in Maastricht. She's also pursuing a PhD at the University of Amsterdam on the epistemic cultures of art institutions in the ecological crisis. And she has published widely and collaborated with various museums. And in spring this year, we had the chance to meet her also briefly during Max Symposium in Maastricht, where we also spoke about knowledge atlas that we are doing within the Made in platform. So thank you for joining. And I will start briefly with an introduction about the knowledge atlas that we are conducting within the Made in platform. So maybe, Anya, do you have this? Okay, sorry. So just to frame this discussion, I will say a few words about what we are doing. So we started working on this project in 2018, and it was instigated by OASA, who also got involved with mapping local heritage within our own neighborhood, because basically we were naively believing that we could, by activating the people within our closest neighborhood, somehow revive or help them thrive within the environment, which is getting rapidly gentrified and somehow unified. So then we actually approached various institutions that were doing similar things on like different scales. And finally, now in 2020, we are a network of 10 organizations in 6 countries who are approaching this topic of mapping and archiving crafts knowledge, but also knowledge about nature and science, because essentially this project is collaborative in a way. We are doing this from various perspectives, so gathering NGOs and museums and just various types of organizations. So the structure of the project is organized around these 3 pillars, where Knowledge Atlas in a way is like at the heart of the platform. And our idea in the beginning was to, in fact, map the craftspeople, their techniques, their knowledge, their processes through documentation, either in like interview formats and photographs, but to map them and then to somehow have this basis available to design and art practitioners to build together with them upon their knowledge. Sometimes this process works in this way, sometimes it works in reverse. So sometimes we firstly contact designers or artists, and then they actually choose the topic, and then we start finding or start the conversations with craftspeople. But yeah, basically this Knowledge Atlas is the core of the platform, and then this atlas is then further activated through dialogues such as this one, and then collaborations that you heard about already today. Some of them, there were 18 happening this previous 2 years. So right now, this atlas is actually like a became a transdisciplinary repository of crafts, nature and science. This is something that happened along the way. We firstly imagined it as a craft archive, and then through collaborations, we also realized that there were a lot of transdisciplinary attempts going on, and that people are also during their projects collaborating with scientists and also building on top of some natural phenomena. So we actually decided to somehow broaden that and open that up. So at the moment, this repository is holding these various themes. And it is a curated content from 6 countries, and we try to keep that in a similar format in terms of using imagery in a similar way, so that it can fit also like the website, and that it can have some sort of extended use, not only for our the purposes of the project, of course. So as I said, it's functioning as a repository of traditional techniques and processes that are documented through unstructured interviews, but also involving personal narratives, photos and videos. And materials are often found in situ, and I mean, we are not actually thinking about this atlas in terms of very structured knowledge gathering, such as museums would do, but like to think about that as a certain like Wunderkammer, where you can actually access it online and then just browse through it and have insights into various sources. So this is how we started 5 years ago, and this archive of crafts is also available in a book that we have published, and it actually really was extensive. In this edition of the book that you're going to see a bit later, we had to compress this a little bit because the database is now it has extended to something like 150 entries, and it's growing bigger. So I'm just showing a few images and the diversity of the entries that we have gathered since 2018. From beekeeping, perfume making, candy making, bulrush furniture, dry stone walling, cloth dye making, to then like nature, which is also coming in from various sites, such as sea salt or edible clams or palm, algae, olive pomace, urban mushrooms farm in Slovenia, which is then this part of the extended part of the atlas, which is also gathering scientists. These are gathered then on the website in an extensive format, which has this general information, but then also imagery and various storytelling that you can also filter by territory or by material or by various techniques. So the most important point that I want to come to, and this is actually what I find also most interesting about this atlas, is its activation, and it really is activated through these collaborations with people that come into the process, either as residents or during workshops or summer school programs. And this is where actually this bridging of disciplines and rethinking of resources and critical projects are going on. Also presented in the exhibitions that you can see at the moment in the space. And this is just a brief insight of how it looked like archive of objects that we also presented at the end of the last edition of the Made in project in Mao. Okay, so I think my idea was to just somehow run through this, what we've done so far, and then have also Claire and Astrid and Julia present what they're doing, and then we can come back to a discussion all together. So maybe Astrid, who is also our partner on the project, can start by presenting what they're doing in Portugal.
Yeah, okay. So hello everyone. I'm Astrid Susano. I hate being on stage, so bear with me. And I'm an architect, and after around 10 years working abroad, I moved back to my home city, which is Lisbon, where together with Fatima Durki co-founded Passe of Tour in 2016. And so Passe of Tour is, which in English can be translated to Passing to the Future, is a non-profit cultural association that is based on research and is documenting, activating, and supporting the craftspeople through initiatives rooted in design. So our mission is to preserve, promote, innovate, activate, and celebrate the Portuguese arts and sector, allowing for and supporting a socially, economically, and environmentally sustainable future. So we facilitate collaboration between craftspeople and designers in the production of utilitarian designs. And so mapping and documentation is the basis of our activity. And so we adapted the methodological guide to the collection of data on crafts, published by UNESCO in 2008. And with that, based on that guide, we created our own interviews that we use to understand the issues that artisans have, how they work, their process. And then based on that, we designed specific and different programs to help the sector, to help them activate and to help them, or to support them, it's a better word. And so when we started our research, we realized that there are two main markets at play, which is the luxury market associated with excellence and craftsmanship, and the conscious market associated with sustainability and ethics. And we believe that it is precisely at the intersection of these two markets that there is an opportunity for the Portuguese artisan sector. But of course, in order to link the artisans to the right markets, we need to find solutions for a few of the underlying issues. Because unlikely to Germany, to your case, in Portugal is very connected to poverty. Besides, it's also an aging population, there's lack of valorization, and as well there's lack of continuation from the younger generations. So for that reason, we created systemic solutions based on these 6 points, which is research and development, activation, training and education, social innovation, awareness building, and sustainability. These are a few examples of maps that we have done on the different Portuguese crafts. And this is the first residency we actually did within the scope of the Made in project. So in the first year, as Ivan already explained, we did the mapping. We did the knowledge atlas. We were mapping the craftspeople, also the raw materials. In our case, the raw materials used in basketry. And so in that phase, we spoke with this, it's a basketry brand. They make these baskets that you see in the back. And so he explained us a bit of his issues. So basically his work is very seasonal. So he's always producing during springtime and summertime, but then during fall and winter, he doesn't produce as much, he doesn't have so many orders. So he really needed to first find a project that would make sense to produce during that time, and also he wanted to get a bit out of, or to reach a new market. So besides the fashion market, which is mostly where he is working on, he would also like us to go into a home decor. So we designed the residency taking that into consideration. We invited a French designer called Saint-Baron, and together with the artisans, he created a tapestry, a sconce, and a table lamp. And so all the pieces that are made during the residencies, they are made to order. So there's continuity, and the artisans can continue selling it and having some revenues to help them and support them a bit further. And that's it. Oh. Sorry.
Maybe can I just ask you, since we are here with the presentation already, you showed the map where you mapped various crafts. That was, when was this happening?
Well, we started the mapping in 2016, so we have been doing it slowly. I mean, we tried to do it, we did a bit on our own in the beginning, but now we are trying to do it by project. So every time, because basically, for us to do whatever we do, we first have to map and know the people. So we design it for them, with them. We don't have like a...
And is this publicly accessible somewhere, or is it your own...
Well, yeah, initially we had thought about creating an online open source database, but actually when we started meeting the people and interviewing them, we realized that that would not do so much good for them, because they're not really ready to take orders, to have, it's not even so easy to contact them. You know, they don't have photos, so that's when we decided, okay, so instead of just a database, we really have to design programs in order to support them, because that just by itself would not do much for them. So we are using it as our tool to design the programs and to support them. So it's not public.
Okay, thank you, Astrid. We will come back to this after Claire give us a brief intro to her project and to the Studio Unfold project, the Atlas of Lost Finds.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Claire, as she already said. I work together with Dries Verbruggen in a design studio called Unfold, or design studio called Unfold in Antwerp. Let me start with introducing the Atlas of Lost Finds. We already see this really nice, well, extreme picture actually. Maybe you know, maybe you don't, but in 2018, actually a couple of days ago, like 2 September 2018, the Musée Nacional in Rio de Janeiro burned down. So it's a huge museum. It was, I think, the biggest museum of national history in the South of America. And there were 20 million artifacts in the museum and 18 million are lost. We can also call this almost like the kind of the history or the common history of Brazil. And this fire was immense. So this whole institute, and there was a lot of research, it all was lost in this one night. But we, as a studio, we were already working with the Musée National for a couple of years. They, with a researcher there, he had the idea, because we are known from printing with clay. We developed that in 2009, but he had the idea to print this big, it's like 1 meter big burial urns from the Amazon Delta, because they were in the museum, the Musée National, and they wanted to kind of repatriate them back to the Amazon, which for us was a bit of a strange story. But after this fire, we found out, or we noticed that these files, these 3D files that the researcher made of this heritage, we had a couple of them, were on a computer as digital files, and we didn't have any. Well, the pieces were gone, so there was nothing left. And this kind of started our journey, because it's really a journey that we made into, you know, what happens when the heritage is lost, when something that is so important for a country's, you know, history. What happens when this is lost and you only have these digital files left? So. Wait, how does it work? Yeah, so this is what was left from the museum. As you can see, it's completely collapsed. There was actually really, after the fire, they had to do a new digging up, or how do you say it, research onto the grounds to really find back some of the traces of the museum, of the heritage and the pieces. So we started this project in 2020 with the content that we had on our computer and with this researcher that we knew from the museum. 2020 was, of course, also the year of COVID. So we started with a smaller project. It's on the left. It's just it's a drawing. It's the start page of our website, which was actually an open call to work around a Peruvian piece, a very small Chimo bottle. So we invited everyone who wanted to, from everywhere, not only from Peru or from the South of America, to work on this bottle, to do research together online about this culture, about the bottle, about, you know, the ceramic, the making, everything, and to, you know, start make these bottles in multitudes. So we made about 30 of these bottles with different people from Brazil, from Peru, but also from America, from the Netherlands, Belgium. So, and we really try to unravel kind of the story, different layers of the story of this bottle. And the second project we did, we started also already in 2018 is this big burial urn. It's actually, I think, the main project within this atlas. So this, I have to tell you a little bit more about the history of this kind of artifacts. So this big burial urn, it's a 1 meter high ceramic piece. It comes from the, it's a pre-Columbian piece. It comes from the delta of the Amazon. These pieces were dug up and brought to museums. So we had a lot of pieces in the Musée National, but what we actually found out is that most of these pieces are taken away from the context and brought to, you know, there are pieces in our museum in Antwerp, in America there are a lot. So they are kind of, it's kind of a diaspora of pieces. This comes due to the fact that the Amazon was this region that was really explored a lot in the, you know, early 19th century, beginning 20th century. It's really this kind of pristine region that really was, you know, there's so much biodiversity and people really, like this Western, mostly explorers, really went into the Amazon and really found these pieces and just took them with them to wherever they came from. So that actually started to create another layer to our story. While this one piece that we wanted to recreate together with the local community there was lost due to this fire, we found out that there are so many pieces around the world that are kind of lost for the community there. So this journey that we had to going there and starting to unravel all these little threads that we found within doing this project together with this collective. It's really making this really layered. You know, there's a lot of layers into this kind of naive idea to go back to the Amazon to really remake it together. It started to create this really, you know, layered story of knowledge sharing in a way. So what we did is we went with ceramic printer, but we also it took us about a year to create a network of people in the Amazon, in Marajo and a bit around, of makers, ceramists, but also researchers, anthropologists and archaeologists. We started conversations to, you know, really do this project, because you just don't go just to the Amazon to do a big urn. And during this it's a 20-day, it was a 20-day project, more or less, or a bit longer. We started to unravel and to see all these different layers in the project, and we kind of, by doing it together, we had a different look into the process. You start to look to things through different eyes, to the eyes of you know, the Western community are living, that we can just get our clay from the store next door, and they really gather the clay from the rivers, cleaning it and all these kind of things. It really lets you, you know, it really sees the things through somebody else's eyes. So this is a kind of the website. On the website, we try to layer all this these stories into it, because we started scanning different faces from Antwerp, but also we had some from Berlin, giving all this data, putting it online so that people from the region could also access it. And I think next is just a short, we made actually a story, a film about the project. So I have a short clip of it. But I don't think there is sound with it. Do I? Okay. Well, it's a 20-minute film in which we let the community talk about what it means for them to lose pieces like this.
Morrer mais.
Quanto tempo essas pessoas levaram para fazer aquela urna, né? O que eles pensavam quando desenhavam, faziam aquelas representações?
Entender que preservar não é simplesmente guardar, encaixotar, enclausurar. Preservar significa mostrar, gerar relações, significa criar possibilidades de leituras e novas leituras e releituras.
Okay, so and I think this atlas is more showing this journeys that we did by starting with a digital file and what kind of story we made together to come to more knowledge about the essence of these objects, let's say.
Thank you, Claire. I mean, I find it interesting here, like if I can make a short parallel to the project that you did with Anton Penezic in Croatia. He was actually a last comb maker in Zagreb. And what you did was a speculative film in which you are questioning how this knowledge could be passed on to another generation via artificial intelligence or through different digital processes. But so here you were dealing with like an individual that carries knowledge, and then here on a larger scale, this was like a museum and a whole community that is, in fact, has lost something, which I find interesting actually, that you also through new technology then brought back this communal thing back to them. And when we spoke briefly before the presentation, I was convinced that, in fact, the museum commissioned the work from you to do, but then you told me that actually this is a self-initiated project, right?
Yes, this is a self-initiated, a self-supported and financed project, yes.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the website, I don't know if you have... I had a chance to visit it, but I also like the fact that somehow works as a puzzle, also as a sort of like a space that you can browse through, but you don't know, like you never know which story was first and last, but it somehow in the end connects together. Thank you, Claire. And then we come to Julia. Hi, Julia. And once again, sorry that you couldn't be here today, but we are very much looking forward to hear from you and your project that you are doing within Jan van Eyck Academy. And then after you've finished your presentation, we could go through conversation with some common questions.
Thank you very much, Ivana, and thank you, Astrid and Claire, for your presentations. I'm going to share my screen. I hope it works, so let me know if you can see it well. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, thank you so much, Oasa, Maya, and Ivana, Blanska, Anya, and the whole Made in platform for the invitation. I'm very sorry not to be able to be there, but anyway, glad that I can join you, although digitally. Today I'm going to talk about future materials that has already been kindly introduced to you. Before delving into the presentation, I want to mention the context in which Future Materials was born, because this is like very important. Future Materials is a project of the Jan van Eyck Academy, which is an international post-academic residency for artists, designers, curators, writers, and many other practitioners who come here and spend 11 months. We give them the time and the space to either delve into their research, experiment new pathways, or even take a break from the accelerated times of the art world. And in the context of the Jan van Eyck, we asked ourselves how we could support our participants and the artistic and the creative community more broadly in terms of understanding better the material implication of their practices, as well as understanding better the materials they were using in their studios. And this comes actually from years of collaborations with our participants and the realization of how much knowledge and how little awareness there is within communities of practitioners about what the materials are, what they are made of, where they are coming from, and how in fact this creates a discrepancy between perhaps what an artwork aims to represent, or the imaginaries that an artwork unleash, and in fact the material reality of that artwork. So we asked whether we could imagine garments made out of roots, whether we could imagine produce of our bodies, not understanding it as waste, but rather as a raw materials that can be used to make beautiful artifacts, or if we could imagine collaborations with other species in order to come up with beautiful pigments that not only embellish and increase the intensity of representation, but also improves and benefit the environment in which these artifacts are born. So these are some of the questions and some of the imaginaries behind the program Future Materials. And the program of Future Materials is composed by different elements that taps on wants to valorize, disseminate knowledge, and connect a community, an online and offline community of makers that are dedicated to explore these materialities. The program is composed by 3 pillars that are the Future Materials Bank that I'm gonna present very shortly, the Future Materials Bank, the Future Materials Lab, in which I am positioned at the moment, and the Future Materials Encounters program. There is also a 4th element, which is the Future Material Fellowship. So these are, and there is much more to say, but I will center this first presentation on these 4 elements, and then probably in the Q&A and in the discussion, we can tap into other layers of the program. So the Future Materials Bank is an online of, at the moment, more than 480 materials, and all the materials have been developed by artists, designers, architects, researchers of different kind from different parts of the world. The materials spans from natural dyes to tiles that capture carbons in the atmosphere, from mycelium to a variety of bioplastics. So we span from, in fact, ancestral knowledges, ancestral crafts that have been forgotten, that have been rediscovered, and also new materials that, thanks to new technologies, are opening new ways of a more ecologically conscious artistic practice. The program, as I mentioned before, was born in order to benefit the artistic community, so to create this sort of relation from the artistic community to the artistic community, but now it has been quite relevant for a wide variety of practitioners across sciences and arts and humanities as well. This is a page of the Future Materials Bank in which you can see different elements of the program. So each material page refers to a material, so not necessarily to a project. So in this case, it's sawdust, limestone, and waste. Here there is also there are also the link to the makers, the country where the material was made of, and a number of qualities of qualities, we call them. Originally, we were calling them categories, and then we wanted actually to move to a more open approach to these materials. So here there are a number of qualities that facilitate users in their research and in browsing through the archive of the Future Materials Bank. Then there are a number of images, there is a text, we do share whenever the maker allows us. We do share also the making process, the detailed list of ingredients, and other resources such as videos and articles that allows people to learn more about it. This is the future material. This is in fact like a meta image of what you can see behind me. And here I'm surrounded by these samples. And for Ivana and Maya, probably this is quite familiar. This is the new configuration of the Future Materials Lab that was launched in March this year, 2025. And so the Future Materials Lab is a physical space within the Academy, within the Jan van Eyck, and it hosts a collection of around 160 samples that are connected to the materials online. So, of course, when we talk about materials, we want also to allow the users of our archives to tap into their physical properties, into their aesthetic qualities, and much more, and in all those embodied histories that the material might have. So this is why we do have this collection of material here. The material have been donated by the makers, and whenever we could, we were covering also shipment and the production cost. The Future Materials Lab function as a library, as a physical library of the Future Materials Bank online, but it's also a space of experimentation. So here, just next to me, I have this sort of pigment making station. So it depends, it's very much responsive to the community of participants we have here. So whether there is an interest in pigments, whether there is an interest in bioplastic or in paper making, we do activate a different working station here. So often it's a space in which, it functions as a library, it functions also as a sort of like one-to-one advisory space in which we can sort of support the participants in order to delve into a specific materiality, but we do also like open workshops. And we work very often also in collaboration with other lab of the Academy, that is in particular, like more recently with the food lab, with the printing and publishing, and with the wood and the metal workshops. Talking about activation of the lab, so this is another image also from the conference to which OASA participated. So the other element of the program is a series of talks, of workshops, of collective experiments, and podcast as well. And we call the series Future Materials Encounters because, in fact, we consider them as a moment of gathering between, members of the community online of the Future Materials Bank. So we usually invite a maker from the Future Materials Bank in order to share experiences, stories about their practices here. So it's an encounter from the online community of the Future Materials Bank, the physical community here at the Academy, so the participants, but also like the broader ecology of practitioners that surrounds the Academy, as well as the materials, which is placed at the very center as a sort of boundary object to explore the different meanings of working with materials. So that could be like a way of looking at landscape, a way of looking at, as it was like presented by my fellow panelists before, about disappeared or forgotten knowledges, endangered ecologies, and so much more. Then there is the fourth elements of the project. This is like a snapshot of Jesse Adler, the first Future Material Fellow in 2022. So the Future Material Fellowship is probably the dimension of the program that taps more into what the Jan van Eyck is, that is an artist residency. So we offer 2 residency positions to 2 material practitioners in order to indeed delve, as for the other participants, to delve into their practices. And recognizing how in our art academy, we do lack the certain knowledges and certain infrastructure that are needed for these practitioners, we also partner up together with different structures and organization here in Maastricht and surroundings. So that could be like the art academy that has, for instance, like a ceramic oven that we don't have here. But also, as you can see in this picture, like a research hub in which they do have definitely chemists and engineers and other sort of scientific knowledges and infrastructure that allowed, for instance, Jessie to do a toxic test on the materials she was experimenting with. And considering that the material are in fact pigments extracted from fungi, this was extremely important to continue her research. So I know I want actually to leave sufficient time for the discussion, because this is, in fact, there would be much more to say about the program. Yeah, but I think it's probably like more interesting to sort of unpack it in a more dialogical way. So I will end my presentation here, and I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Julia. I was just wondering, looking at the database that you've created, is it possible, like how do you select the entries? Can anyone from around the world just submit their entry and then you curate that in a certain way, or does this material needs to be applied already somewhere, or is it just enough that it's an experimentation, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's so the materials can be spontaneously submitted. We have a button on the Future Materials Bank that states submit, and then there is like a form that you can fill in, add images, and then we receive the submission. We review all the submissions we receive, and we make sure that they respond to our material policy that is also stated online. If we have questions, if there are perhaps like some details that we don't fully understand or we might have some doubts about, we reach out. So there's normally like quite a correspondence behind each material that you find on the bank. At the same time, we do also invite. So there is also like there is also an active curatorship. So when we do research, or when, for instance, here at the Academy, some of the participants developed specific materials, we also invite them to submit it. Yeah.
But is it then, which criteria do they have to, like they have to somehow, be aligned with some sort of sustainability policy, or like, or is it novelty, or like can any material that is, I don't know, already existent also become part of the database, or?
So the database is gathers materials that have been developed by artists and designers and creative practitioners. So this is already like creating a certain framework. They do not necessarily need to be new materials. As I mentioned before, there might be even like natural pigments uploaded in the bank, but normally they are like inserted and embedded in a broader concept or conceptual project. We do have a material policy that you can find online. The material policy is structured through questions, which means that it's not like a statement of what an ecologically conscious materials can be, but it's the aim behind and the ethos behind this material policy is more to trigger a certain reflection, both within our team as well as within the practitioners that look at the bank. And the different questions spans from environmental sustainability, such as water consumption, presence of VOCs components, but also social sustainability, such as the relation to ancestral knowledges, whether whether ancestral knowledges are recognized and or protected, whether like how the different ingredients that are the different ingredients of the materials, if there is any knowledge about the supply chain behind these materials, whether the materials have the ingredients have traveled long distances in order to reach the studio or the location in which the experiment or the materials has been developed. And we do consider also afterlife of a material as one of the questions, of the criteria that we pose there. What does it happen after a material, if a material ends its life? So this is also like quite interesting in different, well, both on a conceptual and on a practical level. On a practical level, this means what happens if you take a specific material and you throw it in the environment. Does it decompose? Does it perhaps even benefit the ecosystem? And on a conceptual level, it means it invites actually to think about cycles of life in relation to materials and thus artifacts, objects and artworks, which in fact are sort of like tend to be thought as endless object that needs to last forever. So we want to actually also like through this element of afterlife to question this idea of eternity in relation to our practices.
Thank you, Julia. Well, maybe a question for everyone, and it might be already like partly answered within your presentations, but let's see, like, what do you find is the main value of the atlases that you are, or these databases that you are doing, and who are the users of them? Like, for instance, in the Lost Finds Atlas, I mean, you probably have like several groups that are using that, but also probably artists who are filling it in constantly. I don't know. I mean, like, how do you see the application of those databases in a way?
Oh, you can. I already kind of answered in the previous question, because in our case, we do keep it as our tool to organize the different initiatives that we do with to support the artisans, because most of them, as I just said, most of them, they're not able to just receive, I don't know, orders or whatever. So, but some of them are already, they just need to be promoted. And so we are trying to find that balance and trying to find a way where we can have our database partially should be to be online part of it, and then other parts we are not there yet. So we need to do a lot of work still to support them in order to make them capable of having their public information, their information public.
In the future, you envision it as public
ideally,
database.
Yes.
And do you have already like structured information on how you do that, or is that still in an open format?
It's still in an open format.
Yeah, I don't think the atlas, you know, the project that we do is really considered the atlas or an open database per se. What we do is we collect the 3D scans from, for example, now Marajoara culture that we find in France, or, well, the pieces that we find, and if we have access to 3D scan them, we try to put them on a different database. What's it called? This 3D database where you can put 3D models and give it, you know, give access to communities, to the community in Marajo there. But I don't think you can compare the project that we did with the databases that you three kind of developed. We just think the atlas is an interesting tool to add new projects to. And that's why we call this project Atlas of Lost Finds. So,
and are the people who you've invited during the open call in some way communicating? Like, is this like a sort of creating yeah, I don't know, a starting point for the conversation between them, because they've reacted to the same object in many different ways. So they're like also, I mean, creating this value in like layering meanings of this object. So, I mean, do they communicate?
Yeah, so that's maybe a different thing. We did this open call, but we always use other platforms to facilitate this kind of research. So I have to really think hard, but we used an open source online platform, a maker platform, to facilitate the talks between the different makers from the first open call. And I think that's maybe the difference. We are not an NGO, and we're not, you know, it's not our goal to create this open source or this atlas, this open source atlas, or this database. So we use different tools, online tools, to, you know, open the knowledge that we have, and open the you know, use kind of maker tools to create a network of people that we can do collective research on things. But yeah, that's I think really hard to get this sustained, because we also created we created a network of ceramic 3D printer makers and 3D printers. So it was first on Google Makerspace or Google Space, and then this went away, and then we have to move it. So for us, it's really hard to create, you know, to find a platform on which you can really share your knowledge and keep it all together, if you don't make your own kind of database, which we cannot and don't want to.
And how are museums reacting then to this? Are you in communication with them in any way? Like, do they use that as a tool to also try and activate the communities, or have you not encountered that type of?
Not yet. I think museums are not always very open to have their collection scanned and then put open source on a website for everybody to use. It's quite a hassle to get 3D scans of heritage, and it's, yeah, maybe it's expensive. So we did a lot of scans together with universities. So it's kind of trying to use the network that you have to get it. And I don't know, museums are always interested, but not really. I don't think they have the means or the money to start a new project within our.
And Julia, you mentioned that you were already activating the database in various ways. Maybe you can tell us, like, why was this database founded in the first place, and how do you see a future application of this beyond art and design possible?
Yeah, sure. So the concept of the Future Materials Bank in particular was born in 2019 during a short residency by Kieran Jones, that at the time was the coordinator of Material Futures master program at Central St. Martin's in London. So he came here at the time, and during his residency, Isham Khalidi, the director of the Jan van Eyck, asked him, that already undertook a sort of like a questioning journey for the academy of what does it mean to practice artistic practices in times of ecological emergency, in terminal times. And basically Isham asked Kieran, like, what was missing here? Like, among the many different things that were missing, what was the most important missing things here in order to support these artistic practitioners to sort of to think critically about their position in this time? And Kieran, of course, coming from Material Futures, said, well, you need like a sustainable materials lab. So originally the idea was in fact the physical lab, But then what happened was that the COVID pandemic arrived. So all the work and the investigation that at the time was of my previous colleague, Yasmin Ostendorf-Rodriguez, shifted online. So from the Future Materials Lab that collected samples of sustainable materials that were even like, that could be like purchased online as well, shifted towards like a more perhaps a speculative and experimental project that was in fact a collecting materials developed by artists and designers. And this was like really the core. So the idea was really like, how can we connect the community of practitioners in order to facilitate the sharing and the circulation of these knowledges? How can we help the practitioners to, in fact, practitioners working on the same materials, whether it's kombucha or like a specific dye or a specific paper making technique? How can we connect them or support or facilitate their connection so that they can learn from each other and they are not starting from the scratch? They are not always or all of them starting from the same level, but they could build upon each other, no? So this is like very evident, for instance, looking at kombucha or mycelium on our bank. There's like a plentitude, like there is an abundance of materials that are creating shapes and objects with myceliums or that are creating bioplastic with kombucha. But in fact, having those projects that in fact are enabled to inoculate pigments into mycelium in order to change its aesthetics are a bit more rare. So we are actually interested in order to create a dialogues as well, or as well as project creating such a thin layer of kombucha that it becomes not really like a sort of like bioplastic, but more like a paper on which you can potentially type with a tape writer. So we want actually to sort of facilitate this collective learning process via the bank. And thinking about the future, so thinking from now on, what we are definitely interested to do is starting a collective editing process of some core documents, some core pages that we have on the bank that are the lexicon and the material policy. So we would like, in fact, to involve and to activate the community behind the Future Materials Bank in order to redefine and re-edit these two elements that are quite at the core of what we do.
I think maybe you will have some new entries after this talk because I see some people who developed some new materials within Made in platform also. So that's probably one way to connect and activate together.
Yeah, that's amazing. And for us, it's also like very important. So we really want to be a facilitating platform. So that's also why for instance, we discovered that many makers that are on the bank are in fact contacted, or they are reached out by potential collaborations via the Future Materials Bank. So the idea is really like to also have the possibility for people to reach out to other practitioners or researchers.
I don't know how much time is left, but no time left. No questions from audience. Everyone is hungry, I think, here. Sorry about that, Julia.
That's okay.
We didn't have lunch, so I think that's why they are speeding up maybe the conversation. But yeah, does anyone want to add something to this? Astrid? Claire? No.
No, all I want to add is that, I mean, for us at Pastor of Future is really important, and I think we will be super happy when we arrive at the stage where our database can really be public. So we can do, as she's saying, we can facilitate and allow for these collaborations at a larger scale, so we have a bigger impact. But sadly, we are not there yet. But we are already better than 10 years ago when we started, so we are very positive about the future. So.
And the future of lost and found. We'll see when we'll, we always need to find the money first before we go on a different step. But what I
what I find a bit difficult with all the databases as a designer or as a maker, there are so many, in a way, there are also a lot of databases, and then you have to have a database of the databases. And I really wonder how you could, the internet is so big and so wide, and there's so much to find. And so actually, that's my biggest question about the atlases or the databases, how to,
Maybe AI is
Yeah,
giving
maybe.
us an answer. Gathers everything. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Nice to meet you, and I hope we can have an opportunity to meet again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the invitation and for sharing. It was great also to learn from Claire and Astrid.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
So hello, everybody. Welcome to the fourth and last
Hello.
panel from today. Hope all you had a good lunch. So the title of this fourth panel is Innovating with Heritage and Natural Resources. My name is Marusha Ramshak, and I'll be moderating this panel. I am a scientist and a biodesigner, and here in Centerog, I am working as a manager of the Green Lab, where we are researching and all things biology, and focusing also a lot on development of new biomaterials. And with me here are three panelists. So Henriette Wahl is an artist and designer. Her practice bridges bioregional material research, eco-social design, and collaboration to imagine new ways of living with our environment. Roko Black, he's a multidisciplinary artist and designer exploring potential of natural materials, especially clay, through collaborative and experimental approaches. And Kim Cordes is a textile designer, a researcher. He's combining scientific experimentation with craft to create sustainable applications from silk, wool, and other biomaterials. So in this panel, we'll explore how cultural heritage and natural resources can inspire contemporary creativity. The speakers will share their experiences with local and bioregional materials, the revitalization of traditional techniques, and development of design solutions that cross disciplinary boundaries. So for the start, I would ask each of you to make a short presentation and describe your practice and where in your practice do heritage, natural resources, and innovation meet. So we start with Henriette.
So hello everyone, I'm waiting for the first slide. Okay, so from 2015 till 2023, I've lived this project, which is called Atelier Luma, and which cannot at all be represented in one slide, but I'm going to make the effort. So Atelier Luma is a bi-regional design lab in the south of France, and what is very important is that it's of course the bold statement of bioregional and bio-based architecture that was made and that got a lot of attention also in the press. But what was at the basis of this was actually like a wetlands, which is called the Camargue of international importance, where you had a lot of rice farmers and also like stone quarry activities in the region, yeah, that so you see here, like on the left, you see the us like doing a hand harvest of rice, and on the right you see like a research into different kinds of quarry dust and like waste material from quarries, and also clay, local clay, because Camargue is a delta region and that always has different pockets of clay. I can do it myself, yeah. Long story short, I think to design more in symphony with this this landscape and this environment was really at the core of the work of Atelier Luma, and for me it was the start of working on a larger, like bi-regional scale with my work. And what I got very much interested in through thinking about how to design with wetlands was paludiculture. So paludiculture is actually a kind of sustainable alternative for agriculture. So it's kind of wet agriculture, so to say. And we did different projects around paludiculture in Camargue, but I also started looking into other wetlands in the Mediterranean. On the right, you see a picture of a project on Sardinia, which was about the craft of weaving, working with female groups trying to revitalize their craft, also combining it, designing more like craft hybrid objects, so combining it with 3D printing, for instance. Then I would like to talk with you about a project that I've been working on for the past 2 years, so it's also most fresh for me, and it's called Veenweide Atelier. It's a kind of Atelier Luma-like concept, but then in the north of the Netherlands, and it's also about wetlands, but a specific type of wetlands, which is a peatland. So it makes even the problematics in such an area more more critical. It's really, peatlands are really critical zones in the world because they're carbon sinks and very important also in regulating the climate, like worldwide. I can explain for the ones of you who don't know much about peat, but let's not start that whole conversation. But basically, it means that this is the area where the Netherlands will go underwater first because of protecting the peat. But of course, in such an area, you have a lot of farmers that have their activities there. So they do dairy farming. So what will they do now? It's not on paper and in policies, it's an easy switch. So we all have to change from dairy farming to paludiculture now. But then in reality, this is a whole different story. And I think what I've learned over the past years is that my question was how to connect design to work with this area in crisis, because on one hand, it's very fragile, but on the other hand, it's also an area where there's the need for innovation, and there's also energy for innovation. So we started working on different projects. Like on the bottom, you see like all the different aspects of the polycrisis that is happening in this landscape, such as not only the peat, but the water, the biodiversity, the heritage, the energy, the economy, housing, foundation problems. So it's really like, I call it the polycrisis pancake. And then here you see one of the projects where we work on repurposing like these dairy farms. So it's really something that happens with the community, where we really think about also seeing these farms as part of nature. So also thinking how can these new paludicultural materials that we work on, how can we design with them in repurposing these farms? But it's also, of course, a question like, how will we live in these areas in the future? So it's a very broad exploration, and I thought very exciting also to do. Then this is a short video, so I'm going to let the video run.
Er zijn natuurlijk allemaal verschillende manieren om lisdorren te telen. En we doen het ook op allerlei verschillende manieren om te onderzoeken wat het beste werkt. En hierachter hebben we dus een geulensysteem. Maar aan deze kant hebben we gewoon een heel vlakte die onder water staat. En dan gaan we kijken of het daar dan ook werkt. Al in 2016 stond ik hier met de lisdorrers in mijn hand. Samen met Ecologisch Adviesbureau Altenburg en Wiemega. hier in Veenwouden, deden we al onderzoek naar wat dit soort gewassen doen als we de boel aan het gaan vernatten. En ik mocht er aanhaken als ontwerper. We hebben de allereerste producten ontwikkeld met die gewassen. En dat heeft zich heel stapje voor stapje de afgelopen 10 jaar verder ontwikkeld.
Yeah, so this is really about scale. So because working with farmers is kind of crafting on scale also, because only when you talk about their scale, it makes sense for them. And so one of the things we did was develop like a scalable collection. So it's not only about the possibility of working without glue and with these locally grown paludiculture plants, but also about how to make something which, when we actually know how to grow these plants on scale, that it makes sense and that it can also, it's not an elite product, but it's really designed for scalability. And so I invited a designer, Friso Wiersma, that is from the area, but that works for IKEA, which brought in a lot of industrial knowledge, and it was very interesting, to have this interdisciplinary set of knowledges together. I'm almost there. Then for the ones of you who want to know more, there's still an exhibition going on in the Fries Museum till end of October. And then last but not least, I also worked the past 2 years on a book, which is about eco-social design in relation to water, because we've heard it also here and yesterday that water always plays an important role in these ecological and social issues. So it's about, in this book you will find, actually this will be explained in the video, so let's not do it double, but it's about eco-social design in all different geographies in the world. And I'm really excited about it. It was released 3 days ago. If you're interested, I have a few copies also, so you can let me know.
This is a book about water. But water is just water, right? Or is it? Water is a medium of ecological and social relations. Water works by suddenly appearing in unexpected ways, by filling in cracks, seeping through, condensing. Water makes and is also a tool for making, boiling, cooling, acting as a solvent. In this book, divided into 60-odd chapters, we read about the making of a fish elevator, toxic river pottery, a gun that shoots frozen tears, how to care for an oasis, how to make a river speak, or listening to ice, discovering what often remains hidden when talking about design. This is a hybrid book for water managers, designers, and researchers alike. Because who's an expert? Bioregional architects, fish-loving engineers, water-walking composers, meandering scientists, more than human contributors, other oddball designers, or all of the above. Through essays, interviews, strange bits and weird angles, we learn from a range of efforts to make, fix, and rework water. In facing large-scale engineering, climate change, privatization, and other forms of water violence, these works are an invitation to design together with water, to care for, to fight for, to learn from, and to love water. Because water works. By the way, this is also a book about beavers with long nails.
Thank you so much. Really interesting project and a cool book for our library in the Green Lab, I think. So we continue with Rok.
Hey. Thank you for the invitation and for this amazing experience to have a residency in Bosnia. That was something pretty exotic for me, and I really like to tell something about it. I'm a product designer. I studied here in Ljubljana and then did my master's in Canada, in Vancouver. And yeah, I was always like intrigued with materials that I can use that are in my immediate environment. So something that I can find for free, whether it's recycled or something that I can recycle or that I can find in nature. So maybe it was just pure economic reasons, being a student without not a lot of money to buy expensive aluminum and plexiglass, which was at that time really something that we were kind of proposed a lot also by our professors, which was totally not sustainable. So one of my projects that were kind of a good representation of this was a cooking stove for developing countries, and this project really stuck with me still now. I did an exchange program in Helsinki, in Taik at that time, was still University of Art and Design from Helsinki, and we did a project with World Wildlife Fund in Malawi. Malawi is a sub-Saharan country, and it was a big problem of deforestation, and they thought like that they could solve a problem at least to a degree with a cooking stove that was using local biomass material as briquettes. So they were firing these briquettes, but they really didn't burn well. So they called us from design department to study how to make a cooking stove for these briquettes. So we did like a 6-month study, and then we went there and we saw that actually the research was totally useless, because all the like materials were different and culture was totally different. So we needed to start from scratch. And it's something that I want to emphasize is like this thing that I really appreciate, that you kind of use cultural and like physical things from your immediate environment. And this is something that also showed up really nicely in the residence, because Wahid Ohrand, who I was collaborating with, it was something surprising that I almost forgot, like being in Africa, how important it is, but he was really, he struck me with the notion that actually he is like not using any electricity, he's not cleaning the clay, he's not using any tools. So like everything that I practiced with my ceramic work so far was kind of, again, like scratch to zero. And it was super exciting to see this, you know, he was not doing this to make a good aesthetic or, you know, something that he would be cool on the market, but it's his necessary need to sell his things in the local environment, which he like just after he was, we were firing the products from the kiln, he started to call the local restaurants. I have 10 of these pieces, you know, and 5 of them broke, like, can we solve this? So this kind of immediacy of the environment is really something I think important in this, like I said, like local craft or something. Yeah, this is, let's say, this is Wahid doing his traditional pottery. He makes these traditional pots for Bosnian stews or things. So also within this residency, I try to work within this thing of talking a lot with him and using his equipment or kind of objects that I found around the house and use those as tools. So not bringing my own things from Slovenia, but just trying to find something within his own environment. So when I say that this is still following me with my current projects, I can also mention the current, let's say, 2 projects that I worked with. One is Cebelino. It's like a feeding vessel for bees. It's something that we use local clay that comes like straight from the center of Ljubljana, from Krater place that we were talking about before, but using computer technology to make something that would be designed like the bees would design it. This was kind of a challenge. So we want to incorporate in our strategies a lot of like regenerative design strategies or multi-species processes like Krater and the collective is practicing with it, their other projects. On the other hand, while working on Krater, I also have 2 other spaces I work in. One is the Launica Levo. This is also in the center of Ljubljana. We are a kind of collaborative of 10 ceramicists, so we share spaces. So we again like save some on the space rent. And there I have this technique of extruding clay, which is something that was also like coming from the project from Africa when we were extruding biomass briquettes. So it's again like this continuation of tools and processes that are kind of following me. And the third part that I work in is Center ROK, where I work in Green Lab as a mentor. So kind of specializing with mycelium material as a packaging material also for my ceramics, and helping other people who come in and work in materials like kombucha, paper pulp, other biomaterials.
So what is maybe the lesson besides the tools that you got from your residency in Bosnia?
Well, yeah, like one thing that I already mentioned is this cultural difference that was really interesting, and you can find this as a I didn't want to see it as a Bosnian design or Slovenian design, because what was more important for me was the techniques and methods, and this is something that you can copy or see within different national schemes, which is like if you look at the history of national crafts, let's say, you can find certain periods in the history that on different spaces, different places in the world sprouted similar techniques and material processes. So it's already at those times, it's kind of a nonsense to talk about national specific designs, but it talks a lot about the spiritual material of people, I think, which is something that's interesting to observe, that craft was like a necessity that people practiced. So they didn't practice it because it was like cool or as a hobby, but something like also Jean mentioned before with nail production. They had to do it. Somebody needed to do it, right? And somebody needs to do pots. So it's like with Bosnia, with Vahid, he finds opportunity with restaurants that some people still need this, even though, you know, it's like old and traditional. So this is something that I found pretty interesting, this necessity to produce things, which is something that I was asking myself, am I doing this, you know, like for something that I think that is just cool to do, or do I really need to do it? And then you kind of find out that it's just the passion of the content, that you are curious enough all the time and finding new ideas that would, like, you know, drive you through day to day, trying to find new ideas. What are you going to make tomorrow? So I think it's like a different appreciation of it, but yeah, maybe there's some starting points for other debates there.
Okay, thank you. Rok, Kim?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you as well for inviting me here, and I think we start with this presentation. I want to give you a little introduction into my work, because it's not that easy to understand working with silk and wool at once, and so we're waiting until it's coming up. Nice. No, yeah, yeah, here what you can see is my project, or my research project, which is called REFIB, which is a short version for recycled fibrine. And the fibrine is the main protein of silk. And so I investigated in this liquid form of this protein, which can be obtained by soluting or dissoluting cocoon, or which I found most interesting is to dissolute silk waste, because yeah, you have a lot of silk manufacturers and they don't need all these leftover yarns. And then I investigated with this liquid silk, what can I do with that, making mold casts from that, or refining wool, especially scratchy wool can be redefined by this silk, because both are proteins and they can bind easily together. So this is my research project, and when I got into the residency from Made In, I focused more on the heritage and natural resources, and we started our project last August, in Zernikow, which is a little town in eastern Germany, and they're preserving a silkworm farm, or they're preserving the mulberry trees, which are grown there for 200 years, which is not old for a silk industry, but it's still existing and the people are preserving it. And it is interesting, yeah, to work on local materials which are all there. And yeah, so we started there and combined these natural heritage with other actors. And so we got to another spot, which are German dike sheeps. And yeah, the quality of the German dike sheeps isn't very good. It's very scratchy, and it's mostly used in interior or in construction sites. Yeah, and it's less interesting for textile production, especially for garments. And combining that with a silky effect, or that was the idea of re-evaluating these materials. And so we worked together with Ute Luft. She made her own yarn from dike sheeps, and she's working as a knitter, producing full garments, and that was a perfect match for us. And then there's the third part, which is the research part. When I was doing the residency, I was in Kassel-Pillnitz in Dresden, and I collaborated with the chemistry labs in the university in Dresden. And the aim was to make this binding of silk proteins to wool proteins very suitable, and this resulted in the exhibition parts you can see over there. And it's over there on the right. And I experimented a lot with mold casts, and my design approach is more, I'm doing a design research, I'm observing a lot, I'm experimenting a lot, and I'm documenting that a lot. And besides, I'm combining different network partners by my work. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So maybe Henriette, do you think that innovation always requires new material and technologies, or can it also be achieved by reviving reviving forgotten techniques?
I think, of course, that there can be a lot of innovation in collaboration. So in the the characters that you bring together in a project, that I see also as an important part of eco-social design. So how do you facilitate that? And I think also a craft project in itself can be a way to work on these networks and bring people in a very real and hands-on way in connection with each other. And of course, new technologies can be combined with older techniques. I'm just thinking if I can give a good example, but for instance, in the peatlands, in fact, the old farms that now need to be repurposed, they were made with reeds, with local clay, with all these. So it's in a way also very important to revisit those techniques and how, with the knowledge we have now, we can build on that.
Yeah, thank you. Kim, also in your work, we see a lot of this collaboration between different, so from scientists to designers to textile designers. And I think this also kind of influences, because I think your work really tells a story. And maybe my question would be, how do you keep this storytelling alive when you're also working with a lot of these new technologies and science?
For me, the science and the technology is mandatory to The silk and the wool, they're very old textile materials, and these days, silk is only possible to use for us for about 200 years. Before it was a very luxury material we can't obtain, and right now it's very interesting to have as well the technologies to dissolve it, to really redefine it, and it combines to a very, very long history. And so the textiles are always very, very fluid, very flexible. And it's, for me, the technology is very supporting that, to combine this and to reshape this storytelling, to reshape the history into future perspectives without losing this history background. That's very interesting for me.
And Rok, do you think that in your practice, tradition can sometimes become a limitation, or do you mostly see it as kind of the resource for new ideas?
I see the limitation is like if you copy things, you suddenly come to an end, like that's it. But if you want to use it as a continuation in your project, I think I don't know, I rather look at processes and techniques or how things are made, and let's say they knew how to clean the clay, several hundred years ago, and that's what I also learned in Africa from 15-year-old kids. They took me to a place, we dug out clay, we cleaned it, and we used it, and I was like, okay. So I basically just used whatever I knew and they didn't know, and I think this is something that you have to recognize and be able to recognize as a product designer, to have this responsibility to recognize what is value in the heritage, as a kind of a more like a holistic view to see what's the value that needs to be transmitted in your future work. I think that's something, like a responsibility and more intangible than just like objects or forms or patterns, which used to be a result, like patterns or visual identity of craft items. It was like a consequence of certain traditions that were part of how do you say, like ceremonies, which are kind of not existing now, or now we see it as a tourism almost, but at that time the ceremonies were part of life, which was necessary to go to. Maybe, like now some people feel the need to go to a church every Sunday, so it's kind of this kind of part that we don't have it now anymore, so I don't think there's a need to copy that, or that's just nostalgic in a way, so maybe more like intangible that I find the opportunity.
Yeah, maybe to relate to that, I think there is a renewed kind of interest in like spiritual life, slow life, like which makes like crafts interesting, and so I think for me, I think it interests me also very much, like the respect for the environment that can be mediated through crafts, and I think that's an aspect maybe we should talk more about, because also when I hear your talk about your work, like I remembered like starting working with the stonemasons in the Camargue region, and then all of a sudden I thought like, but this is not a craft, this is not a way of life, this is like a deep like religion like thing, and there's so many aspects to explore, and I think there's really a need in, well, not with everyone, but certain groups in society, and I think certainly with this audience for like deeper connection and emotional connections to things, and their craft is just super important.
One other thing, I see it really interesting how many more people, especially here at Center Rock, is this notion that more and more people want to go to workshops, and they don't go to workshops to make things basically, but more to socialize. Sometimes they don't even come to pick up the objects that we fire. So it's more of the experience, and it's this activity and to mobilize people, I think that it's kind of a nice consequence of contemporary craft movement, let's say, that, you know, more and more people are thinking like, what could I make? You know, something mine that I can like, you know, make a gift for my mom, and it's a totally different value. And I think this is like bringing like a new, this like spiritual, like richness, I think, to a contemporary society that's not just like modern, rational capital. You know, I look better if I have like expensive brands.
Yeah, I actually, thanks. I actually explored by myself when I working a lot on the computer or in research, in reading papers. I always need to go to a workshop to sew, to just make some easy, basic craft work to see a result. And this is, it attaches a bit to that. Yeah, I can understand the people coming here to socialize or to get to know to a material or to a world which isn't here via all the technical things we are always on the keyboard or something like that.
Yeah, just to do something with their hands.
Very nice.
Right? And maybe if we go to more natural materials now, all of you work a lot with very different kinds of natural materials also. And maybe I would ask, how do you approach this natural materials in your work? Do you see them more as a kind of raw material or more as an inspiration or a concept? And maybe what are the future possibilities in like focusing and working with natural materials?
Yeah, for me, I have a deeply interest in this circular aspect of raw protein materials. I can use it easily. I don't need any big machines. It's not poisonous, and so I can easily work on that. And actually, for me, proteins have a really, especially in the future, they have a really interesting aspects, because for me I understand them as a natural polymer. You can dissolve it, you can shape other forms. It's like plastic, and afterwards you can dissolve it again. And yeah, it's not that old technique. So yeah, for me it's very inspiring, the material or the ground shape of the material, and it's still natural. So yeah, it can compost, which is very nice in ecological aspects. Yeah.
I like have a kind of threefold maybe answer. One is purely economical. Like I said before, it's so nice to go around and find materials everywhere, and you can make something like a value out of it. You know, we walk on earth, we find wood everywhere. So to be able to sell this to someone who says, oh, that's nice, that's something I can use, it's like by itself, like a nice notion. Maybe the other one is, like you said, this content that's driving you. It's like a motivation to find an idea in a material that you see. So, you know, after you make a project out of soil from the field, then you go to this northern part of Slovenia and you see all these fields, and you just imagine all the plates that could be done from the soil on all these fields. So yeah, that's kind of fun to develop this kind of skill to see what everything you could do from everything that surrounds you. And yeah, the third one, sustainability, something that's ever evolving, but it's something that should just be there. Like, we are talking too much of sustainability like something special, but I think it's something that just should be with every project. You know, thinking about regenerative designs or multi-species design. Like yesterday we were talking, I mean, I was there at Mao with Crater, and at one point it just seemed so ridiculous that it's not already part of municipality strategy. It just, you know, it's so simple, like you just mow the lawn in a different way and you have a solution. But you know, is it that we're driven by aesthetics so much that everything needs to be really like a golf course? That's why it's not any progress there? No, but it just seems stupid. But so I hope that there's progress.
I'm gonna I'm gonna tell a story about this scalable furniture collection that I showed before. What was interesting there is that all those wet crops and bio-based materials, they're often a bit yellowish. And like, we can think like that we have to accept that, but, and I had this discussion with Friso, and he said like, well, you know, maybe in Germany they will accept like a cupboard that is brown, but in Holland, for sure, they want the things to be white. They need to be white or whitish. So then, in order to reach, like, to have this discussion about these sustainable and bio-based materials with a larger audience, and like to make it work for industry, and I thought it was just a very fascinating, discussion to have, and then we worked on like how to, in the process, what were the options to make it like lighter, like to work with, of course, with bio-based materials still. But it made me realize that, there's on one hand, there's of course the technicality, but then like a very important part is of course the desire that you create with these designs.
Maybe on this topic. So this is kind of one of the pushbacks you received from kind of the, with this whiteness. Did you maybe experience something like that, maybe from, I don't know, from the community, from the market, from,
Well, for me, it's more or less research. I'm not that attached to a market, but it's for sure, it's not that easy to reach this market by combining two of the most expensive textile materials, which, yeah, for sure there are leftover materials, but all this processing is, for me, the biggest threat is about that, is about, okay, it's interesting to work with leftover materials, but, and this is a threat for design itself, is how to make it, that people can pay for that, and it's not a high-end product. You have to pay hundreds of euros for that. So this is, I would say, the biggest threat. But I face it in all of the design community. It's not only in that field. Yeah.
And do you feel that it is scalable, or like in long term?
Yeah, it is. I would say I was so inspired by these biomaterials as well, because of that you always have a little leftover, and if you can make a very profitable production side to work on that, it is. And right now, when the prices for sheep wool is, you can't. You have to pay more to get off the wool than for the wool itself. And for sure, you always have textile waste. You can dissolute only the protein from a big bunch of textile waste, but they need for sure a bit more demand. It is possible, but you have to build bigger industries, and it's a process. What I'm going through that.
Long-term process.
Yeah.
Rog, did you maybe experience some pushbacks? Not only in the Green Lab, but
no, like in terms of sustainable products, let's say, that people like still kind of don't see as essential. Maybe just to mention, like, we have to fight with this conformism of people, like, you know, being too lazy to think of alternative uses or maybe things that they would make themselves, or they just find, you know, the brands more attractive than something that is sustainable but doesn't carry this brand name of being inexpensive. So they would, you know, give more money to for some objects that are not, I mean, that are more sustainable and would mean like better lives for them. So maybe this year we have to find, you know, with big brands, and on the other hand with lazy customers. So it's an ever present fight, I guess. But maybe there could be like more people who would know how to promote and do this more like top down. So not just us promote, keep pushing, you know, why they should buy more sustainable product, but you know, coming from a governmental or organizational side, how to push it, and just to show some effort that something's being done on that side.
Yeah, to relate to that, I think it's indeed quite hard if you not only have to do like the design of things, but then also like think about yeah, how to tell your story like to a broad audience, or like I think it's indeed it should like hands-on design should go together with a more system level approach or policy change, and then indeed like for instance in the peatlands I work with Repeat Collective, which is a European collective of yeah, young a youth collective of people all over Europe that fight for these peatlands, and like that's a really fruitful combination because they do very activistic campaigns, like letting people know that all the fruits and veggies that you buy in a supermarket, they're still made with peat, not maybe peat from your own soil, but peat from, I don't know, Estonia or something. And I think like to make these kind of connections in a project, and not like we designers always think we need to do everything on our own, but to make sure that you make this care for this net and be open also to, yeah, invite people to, you know, make the ball roll in different directions.
Yeah, so basically you have to work also in the education part, right? Educating people, so why maybe this product is better for them, even if it's brown, not white. So maybe, how much time do we have? Maybe one last question. So for in the future, like 10 years from now, where do you see yourself working on similar projects, or which direction do you think you will go into?
If I stick to the protein topic, I hopefully work still on that, because right now you have companies like AM Silk or like Bold Threads and Spiber in Japan, and they are all working on proteins which are grown in steel vessels. They're fermenting it out of yeah, GMO edited fungi or different bacteria, and they're producing like protein. Yeah, it's a powder, and from that powder you can make all these interesting products. You can make yarns. They're not very good right now, but they are working on. They have little capsule collections with fresh fashion brands already, and if I look into the future, and it's going to be more a bigger thing, this is very interesting coming from this recycling and dissolving side. It's interesting if you can build up a new yeah, production sites, new industry to directly force to make it circular. And this is, yeah, for me it is the most interesting part on all of that. Yeah.
It probably also it costs less resources to produce silk like that, right?
Yeah, yeah. Is it still silk? I don't know. It don't cost all the worker who are feeding the silkworms, for example, but you need a lot of sugar to feed the bacteria, and yeah, it will have another cost. But if to come to really sustainable yeah, textiles, it's very important to have different materials, not only to have polyester and viscose, but also to have good protein fibers and to have a good mixture you can put inside the economic system again, and which is not landing in some countrysides.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it's also very relevant to find new ways of textile producing, because the whole the community that has this knowledge in textile production is so old. So it's yeah, super relevant. Just wanted to add that, flag that.
Thank you. So maybe you two also can answer this. Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
There I go. I have more gray hair. I think like I really much enjoyed like working on the book, which was my first book, and I think if I can say in general, like designers were such hard workers, and I think this time to reflect and to really reflect on your work and look around and more like nurture also a theoretical framework for me was really interesting. So I think I will keep that as part of my practice. And then also, I hope I can keep on working more on a systemic level, combining more hands-on work with the larger scale. And I will let myself be surprised where I am.
Yeah, I would just confirm what I wished before, to have more customers being aware of products that we make, that they would buy more and get more commissions in this direction, or like more, I don't know, brands who would order things, or like to consult them how to make things, and
And staying with clay and mycelium.
Of course, and some other that come in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. That was really interesting. Yeah. So now if the audience have some questions, maybe? Yes.
No, thank you for this conversation, and I think that you all, in a way, at the end, touched this systemic level, especially when we speak about new materials, natural materials, when we see material library, as we saw in a previous panel. I'm always curious how this kind of experiments and this kind of materials can come then into the production and be like used. And you showed an example how you work, and in fact, the question goes to you, Henriette. When you were developing new materials from like local resources in Atelier Luma, and you came quite far to the application, if not like to real application, when did you find the partners, like the industry or the larger producers? Was these collaborations already a part of the strategy for the beginning? Or you did the experiment and then try to find the application for it? Because I believe that it's very important that these kind of things really, I mean, of course we need to change our values, our mindsets. Also we need to go out of our comfort zones, I mean, speaking in general, to then really use these kind of materials in a more wide way. But how was your approach? Because I think you came quite far with some of your projects.
Well, there was one more difficulty always with Atelier Luma, that we needed to find companies that Luma wanted to partner with. So that have a kind of, the super small companies was least interesting for the foundation. So, but I did work, for instance, on the footprint project with Austrian designer Sophia Guggenberger. We prototyped really from the beginning on a local shoe company. So what was interesting there is that you then you can really work with their people also. So you integrate kind of the people in the process. Another one was with Svate Combier. So it's a larger textile company. And there, for me, that was quite a successful collaboration. It was the first time that they made a non-fossil fuel-based collection. And they basically offered their collections to fashion brands. So they come to them and they can also see the collection that we produced. And there, like with the furniture in the Venwijde atelier, the challenge really in the design was like, what can we actually do with those bioregional resources that can be, you know, when we get an order of 100 meters or I don't know, more, like, can we actually do it? And like, in what time frame can it be done? And like, so you get all this, it's a different brief, but that was, I thought, very interesting. So yeah, I think working with the industrial partner from the start, but that is what interests me now, because I can see that leads to a more, less of a niche product. But I was really surprised, what skill is needed to make things a little bit like affordable. So yeah, it's yeah. Then of course you can do like limited collections, more as like storytellers, which is also very important. But yeah, then I think also to name maybe one more thing, like we also did conferences and programs around the straw materials that were developed with BC and Assemble. And there you saw that the space of the atelier, also because it's of course very beautiful and really inspiring, that can really nurture and kind of, you know, spin off and give the energy in for local parties to yeah, to build this value chain. And I don't say that we did it as Atelier, but it was really like the kind of fire that we lit under, like, yeah, different projects. But it's hard to give a general answer. Yeah.
Thank you.
You already saw the book. Yeah, the Future Legacies book brings together the outcomes of a vibrant and dynamic exchange of knowledge that took place over the 2-year period. And I have to stress that this is really a teamwork, the work of craftspeople, artists, designers who collaborated at the Made in platform. Also the work of partners, all 10 partners, and the people who helped us with all the editing the book, etc. So first of all, Ivana did the design, but not just the design. Ivana also curated the content of the book. Corey Kavlajo from the Museum of Arts and Crafts in Zagreb also helped, I mean, editing the book, and she will present later the Knowledge Atlas, this first part of the book. In the beginning, also Blaška helped us, but then the work with the exhibition was quite demanding. So this was her part. And yes, we worked with the proofreader Paula Kirby, and her impact, let's say, I mean, her knowledge. Also, she helped us really to do the best regarding the language. Yeah, the book is the book has 3 parts. The Knowledge Atlas is, of course, the heart of the book and also of the Made in. The most extensive chapter presents the outcomes of the workshop, residencies, and summer school. And finally, there is the perspective chapter that presents the 5 essays. So now I will give the word to Corey Kavlajo, who will briefly present this first part, the Knowledge Atlas.
Hello, everybody. Ivana already talked somewhat about the same theme in one of the previous sessions, but I'll just somehow summarize some of the most important parts about this knowledge atlas. It's important to know that we have established the knowledge atlas already in the first edition of Made in Project, and then it was focused first and foremost on local craftspeople. We figured that it's very important to create some kind of font of knowledge about local practitioners of crafts, simply to facilitate the collaboration between designers and the craftspeople at the time. But what happened organically already then was that the designers and craftspeople in their projects already started including even more professions in their work. So what happened in the second edition of Made in was that we realized that we needed to spread our net even wider, and that our purpose of collecting and sharing knowledge about these phenomena regarding crafts has to include also artists and scientists and researchers of different kinds. So what happens that we managed to include here the very diverse spread of, besides craftspeople, as we continued with that collection as well, but we also included a very diverse spread of scientific knowledge holders, ranging from sociologists, anthropologists, archaeologists, ethnologists, biologists, chemists, engineers, even oceanologists, for example. So the thing is that all of those people applied their various skills and various types of knowledge already on the similar subjects that we were dealing with. It's just that they were dealing with them from their own points of view. What was actually needed was to create a space where they would all be able to share these various types of knowledge across the disciplines, or basically to enable transdisciplinary exchange. And at the same time, as partners of the project, we decided to, in this edition, to narrow our fields of interest in a way, and to focus per country to one locality or phenomenon or a point of interest in a process of mapping, to see if we can delve deeper in a particular theme. So, for example, Croatia kind of focused on maritime goods, Slovenia on biodiversity, Germany on wood, etc. And also, we realized that all these traditional crafts were always based on local resources, so that we needed to map that as well. So we also started mapping and exploring different natural resources, including, I don't know, construction stones to various types of woods or plants and different organic materials. And even more exotic materials which are derived through experimentation and scientific exploration to microorganisms or mycelium, for example, resulting in new materials like biosporin or bacterial nanocellulose. What we can report after this project is that now we have this compendium of knowledge, which is now consists of carefully curated selection of almost 100 craftspeople, 25 scientists, and 30 nature entries across 7 European countries. And that's about it.
Thank you, Cor. So, Ivana, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, first of all, yes, Cvetka already named almost everyone, but I would like to thank again everyone for participating in building this book, which was really like a long period of summoning everything that we did in this almost 3-year period. So it was many conversations and back and forth between all of us, and at times it felt almost impossible that everything will sit together somehow. But actually, with so many contributions and perspectives, a perfectly unified narrative was never realistic. However, it feels almost that this is the richness of the book. So you will find a very diverse materials coming from various writers, but then we try to somehow unify this this into a coherent whole. And the editing process was a little bit reversed than I would say is usual, because we didn't have this fixed outline and then filled in the chapters, but actually the other way around. We started the collaborations with artists and designers, and then each project unfolded in its own rhythm. So only afterwards we actually created this narrative that is also the narrative of the exhibition, and this is how the book is also divided within these 4 chapters that we already mentioned today so many times. This craft, heritage, reinterpreted, hybrid environmental practices, innovating with heritage and natural resources, and learning and knowledge transfer, sorry. So each project is presented in this 2nd chapter of the book, which is about collaborations. It is framed in a similar way. It has this short intro and an artist statement, but it also has a full interview with authors. And for me, these interviews are one of the most valuable aspects of the book, because they really allow designers and artists to somehow reflect on their work, and yeah, this is what actually keeps this book alive, I would say. The design process was also a bit of a challenge, because we wanted the book to function as a part of the series, so it's like also in format a continuation of the previous edition, Crafts and Design Narratives. But at the same time, we also wanted it to have its own identity. And it was mostly for the visual part informed by the knowledge atlas, so all these actually photo material which is dividing the chapters is derived from this richness of the photo material from the knowledge atlas. What else? Yeah, these collaborations, the collaboration part is basically a crucial part of the book, and it feels like this is where this richness of material that we've done actually unfolds in a best possible way. Yeah, I mean, I think in the end we created not only a document of the project, but something that can be used as a reference material for other people. I was just joking before, like, do we see who is going to use that that book? I think, I mean, it could be a valuable resource for like artists, designers, and people dealing with our topic, but also maybe for general public. I think, yeah, not to go any further.
Thank you, Ivana. So, and this 3rd part of the book is a chapter that we called Perspectives. It's within the process of this 2 years process. We thought also about that, to have an external view on that, and a kind of reflection of that, what we were doing. So we had an open call, and we got, let's say, 7, and then in the end we got 6 essays. on the topics that we were already working on, and also we asked contributors to reflect on the projects. Some they included that in their essays, some they didn't, but anyway, I find all the texts, we have 6 texts here, very interesting, because also from that point, you can see that also from the, in the end, we did also the index of concepts and terms, and if you are reading that, you will see that we are all involving in the topics that we already talked today a lot, and this is also what I think is really valuable and adds something more to this project. So maybe I just go quickly through the content of these essays very briefly. I will present all the 5 essays. So Alina Serban and Ronja Grossar. Alina was also yeah, you are here. So yeah, so they in their essay they highlight how craft can drive sustainable, cooperative, and circular economies by combining traditional skills with innovative practice. They are claiming that the future of craft does not depend on mastery as an elite ideal, but on the collective reclaiming of skill, labor, and knowledge as shared practices. Networks like Made In and Corizon contribute to the strengthening of common structures, providing a platform for experimenting with design and development models that empower craft practitioners. Then Maria Đorđević, who is also from Nova Iskra, Belgrade, who is also a partner of Made In platform. She writes about craft heritage and the attitudes of heritage institutions toward this issue. She emphasized the importance of the making process itself beyond the final object. She argues that the true value of craft lies in its problem-solving nature, in its ability to meet immediate needs, and to remain relevant today. Heritage institutions should highlight not only the origins of craft, but also its adaptability and its role in promoting social and environmental sustainability. Today I already mentioned the essay of Lynn Harless. She explores how contemporary craft practices actively contributing to a modern human paradigm shift and moving us beyond the anthropocentric worldviews toward ecological thinking that recognize our interdependence with other species and systems. And yeah, she's really, she's analyzing, as I said, those 3 projects, as I said before. And yeah, 2 more essays with Roxanda Lupo examines how sustainability is understood and expressed in both traditional and contemporary textile making through gestures, materials, and metaphors, framed not just culturally, but also emotionally. And finally, Philip Denny, Ulrike Silz, and Ina Turinsky of Burg Labs advocates for interdisciplinary collaboration that integrates science, craft, and local knowledge to develop sustainable circular systems. And yeah, their goal is to rethink material culture and promote sustainable relationships between humans and non-humans. So this is briefly about these 5, actually 6 essays, because one essay is also about the transfer of knowledge, and it's within the chapter of Knowledge Atlas. Yeah, as Ivana already said, by weaving together a wide range of voices,
perspectives and forms of knowledge. The book offers, I think, readers multiple way of understanding the subject of craft and evolving role of the designer, I would say. Yeah, and this is it. So if you have any questions. Yeah, the book will be available online, and otherwise, yeah, it's a project supported by the European Union, and we cannot sell the book. So, yeah. So, but okay, thank you.